Chapter 1476. Lu Yi was more or less on guard against Ghost. He didn't think she would be so despicable as to ambush him here. In fact, Ghost didn't do that. However, Lu Yi didn't expect her to be the one being hunted. Seeing Lu Yi take out his star boat, Ghost panicked and transmitted her voice. "Don't run. Fight him with me." "Fight my ass." Lu Yi ignored her. The star boat slowly picked up speed and turned into a streak of light that shot into the distance. Ghost couldn't help but sigh. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for what I do." Lu Yi suddenly had an ominous feeling. Sure enough, in the next moment he heard Ghost shouting behind him, "F.A. Wuzuin, save me!" Yu Yao, who was chasing Ghost, couldn't help but feel shocked when she heard the name F.A. Wuzuin. The reason he was chasing Ghost was because she had killed a disciple he thought highly of. Although Ghost's cultivation base was inferior to his, her ability to escape was top-notch. He had been chasing her for several days, but he hadn't been able to catch her. However, Ghost was on the verge of collapsing. In half a day at most, she would be cornered. Yu Yao didn't pay much attention to the person who had appeared on Ghost's path of escape. While chasing Ghost, she had encountered some cultivators passing by. However, those cultivators had all avoided her, just like this person. However, when Ghost called out F.A. Wuzuin's name, he couldn't help but pay attention. This person was an expert from a faction stationed on the Myriad Manifestation Sea. His faction was currently researching how to mass-produce twin Qi connecting formation disks. Unfortunately, they hadn't made much progress. Since this thing came from F.A. Wuzuin, he would definitely be able to mass-produce it. Every faction was very interested in a treasure that could change the situation of the cultivation world. Many people were looking for F.A. Wuzuin. Unfortunately, after the chaotic battle, F.A. Wuzuin seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him. Yu Yao didn't expect to run into F.A. Wuzuin here. When he looked carefully, he found that the figure was indeed very similar. He had never seen F.A. Wuzuin before. However, during the auction, someone had secretly taken a photo of F.A. Wuzuin's appearance, so he had seen him before. If this person was really F.A. Wuzuin, he couldn't miss this chance. Seeing that Lu Ye's star boat was getting faster and faster, Yu Yao made a prompt decision. She raised her hand and shot out a beam of golden light. Standing on the deck of the star boat, Lu Yi summoned all of his spiritual power. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he spun around and slashed out with his saber. Not only did this saber strike have the shadow of the tyrant saber art, but it also had the traces of the small saber inheritance. In addition to his current late-stage constellation realm cultivation, it could be said to be the strongest saber strike he had executed so far. The blade struck the golden light, but Lu Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of force. Just as he was thinking that things weren't looking good, the golden light had already circled around the mountain pan blade and was heading straight for his face. Lu Ye's body leaned to the side, and the golden light swept past his ear, causing a few strands of hair to flutter in the air. The golden light did not attack him again. Instead, it flew back in a circle. Lu Yi also pushed the star boat to the limit, and it turned into a streak of light that shot into the distance. In his field of vision, Yu Yao's figure was rapidly shrinking. He inwardly rejoiced that he had acted fast enough. Otherwise, if Yu Yao had caught up to him, it would have been troublesome. However, if that had really happened, he could have used the Void Spirit mark to escape. Yu Yao might not have been able to do anything to him. Back when he was in the early stage of the constellation realm, hadn't he also used this move to evade Tang Jun's pursuit? When he turned around and saw that Yu Yao had no intention of pursuing him, Lu Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Watching Lu Ye's departing figure, Yu Yao looked around but didn't see any trace of Spectre. However, he knew that Spectre was definitely hiding somewhere nearby. Spectre had done the same thing several times during their previous pursuit. It had taken him a lot of effort to find her. However, now wasn't the time to deal with this ghoul. In terms of value, Fa Wuzuin was much more valuable than this ghoul. Obediently go to Myriad World Island to receive your punishment within 10 days. Otherwise, I won't spare you even if you're that person's disciple. After speaking, Yu Yao lowered her head and looked at the item in her hand. It was half a rope. It was completely golden. It was the original body of the golden light that had attacked Lu Yi. He had thought that Lu Yi wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, he had underestimated Lu Ye's strength and reaction speed. His casual attack hadn't been able to do much to Lu Yi. Therefore, when he saw that he couldn't stop Lu Yi from escaping, he settled for the next best thing and took something from Lu Yi. At this moment, there were a few broken strands of hair wrapped around the rope. Yu Yao looked reluctant to part with it, but she still steeled her heart. She clenched her fist, and as her spiritual power surged, the rope suddenly released a golden light. Then it began to burn as if it was on fire. This half of the golden rope was a treasure at the level of a magic treasure. Moreover, it was a rare treasure. After being burned, it was naturally destroyed. However, compared to Fa Wuzuin's value, what was a magic treasure? A moment later, Yu Yao opened her hand. The golden rope had disappeared, and in its place was a golden mark on her palm. He looked at it for a moment, then chased after it. Moments after he left, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in the nearby starry sky. It was Spectre, who had been hiding here all this time. She looked in the direction Yu Yao had left in and knew that something was wrong. She hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yi. I don't know what kind of secret technique that person used. I'm afraid he can track your whereabouts. Be careful. She had no choice but to involve Fa Wuzuin in this dispute. After all, she had no way of escaping from the pursuit of a mid-stage Yu Yao. 2 days ago, Fa Wuzuin had sent her a message, so she took the opportunity to give him a rendezvous point. She had hoped to join forces with Fa Wuzuin to resist the enemy, but who would have thought that it wouldn't work out? However, if Fa Wuzuin was really captured or killed because of this, she would feel guilty. No matter what, Fa Wuzuin had been a great help in the battle against the Dryad skeleton general. She was naturally willing to give Fa Wuzuin a kind warning. However, she was still a little worried, so she silently followed the mid-stage Yu Yao from afar. Almost as soon as the golden rope burned, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. It was as if something was secretly watching him. No matter how fast he drove the star boat, he couldn't shake it off. Originally, he wasn't sure what was going on, but after seeing Spectre's message, Lu Yi realized that Yu Yao hadn't given up on him. Instead, she had used some kind of secret technique to track his whereabouts. I'll deal with you later. Lu Yi replied viciously. Originally, he had planned to return to the 10,000 Elephant Sea directly, but now he couldn't. If Yu Yao really had the ability to track his whereabouts, Peerless Island couldn't be exposed. Hiding on the 10,000 Elephant Island was one way. No one could attack him there, but he couldn't hide on the 10,000 Elephant Island forever. Moreover, he couldn't determine how long this secret technique would last. Spectre could feel the anger in Lu Ye's heart, so she could only reply, I didn't have a choice. I originally wanted to join forces with you, but who knew you would run away so quickly? I was wrong. If you survive, I'll make it up to you later. He didn't need to think about making it up to her for the time being. What he needed to think about now was how to solve his current predicament. Just as he was thinking, the feeling of being watched suddenly intensified. Lu Yi turned around and saw a dot of light rapidly approaching him from the distance. It was much faster than he was. Surprisingly, Yu Yao was also chasing after him on her star boat. Although they were both using star boats, Yu Yao's cultivation was higher, and her star boat was better than his. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to him. Lu Yi could only raise his hand and send out a flying artifact. At the same time, He drove the star boat with all his might to stall for time. Less than an hour later, the distance between them had almost reached a critical point. Sensing the surge of Yu Yao's spiritual energy behind him, Lu Yi realized that she was about to make a move. He didn't even bother with the star boat. He directly activated the void spirit mark and left. Yu Yao, who was about to make a move, frowned. Even she couldn't see how Lu Yi had disappeared. She quickly lowered her head and looked at her palm. To her surprise, she discovered that the golden mark was pointing in another direction. Based on her senses, she could sense that Fa Wuzuan was already thousands of kilometers away. How did he do it? She couldn't possibly say that Fa Wuzuan's star boat had a teleportation formation that connected it to another place, right? The secret technique's guidance couldn't be wrong. She quickly changed direction and flew in the direction the mark was pointing. In that direction, Lu Yi had already sent out a few flying artifacts in advance. He was also fleeing with all his might. However, not long after, he sensed that Yu Yao was already chasing after him. He had no choice but to activate the void spirit mark again and change his position. After several times of fleeing, Lu Yi discovered that no matter what he did, he couldn't shake off Yu Yao's pursuit. It seemed that unless he killed Yu Yao this time, he wouldn't be able to shake her off. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Yi made his decision. He set his sights on a desolate star and flew toward it. He hurriedly broke into the desolate star. As soon as he arrived, he heard a shout from behind him. "You can't escape. Surrender obediently and I won't make things difficult for you. But if I capture you, you'll have to suffer a little." Lu Yi naturally ignored him. Seeing that he didn't have much time left, he couldn't afford to be picky. He directly took out the azure sea conch, poured his spiritual energy into it, and blew it. At the same time, he stared in the direction Yu Yao was coming from with a seemingly panicked expression. The sound of the conch reverberated, and a blue light flashed. Yu Yao had already flown into the desolate star. She saw Lu Ye's actions from afar. Although she didn't know what he was going to do, she still pressed her palm down from afar. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air. It descended as if the sky had collapsed, instantly engulfing Lu Ye's figure. Dust flew everywhere. The scene was chaotic. End of chapter. Chapter 1477. On the desolate star, Yu Yao, who had chased after Lu Xian, looked down coldly. Her expression suddenly changed because she sensed that Fa Wuzuan's aura had disappeared without a trace. She hurriedly waved her sleeves, and the dust in the air dissipated, revealing the scene below. Sure enough, Fa Wuzuan was nowhere to be seen. There was only something that looked like a door standing there. Did Fa Wuzuan use some method to create this door? What kind of magical method was this? Did Fa Wuzuan's repeated teleportations have something to do with this door? Where did this door lead to? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he quickly looked at his palm. He frowned when he saw what was on his palm. This was because the golden imprint on his palm was rapidly dimming, and it looked like it was about to disappear. The secret technique he used with the help of the broken golden rope was extremely powerful. As long as they were in the same space and weren't too far apart, he could use the mark to investigate. Now that the mark was rapidly disappearing, it could only mean one thing. Fa Wuzuan had either entered another space or was very far away from him. So far away that the secret technique would lose its effect. He faintly felt that it was the former because the door didn't look very stable. It couldn't lead too far away. In other words, Fa Wuzuan must have used this door to hide in another space. Lu Yi, of course, wasn't in another space. The door formed by the azure sea snail allowed him to enter the mermaid clan's territory. Strictly speaking, they were still in the same space. However, because of the 10,000 elephant seas water, the space under the sea and outside the sea were two different worlds. This caused the secret technique to lose its effect. The man couldn't help but hesitate. In the current situation, he only had two choices. He could chase after F.A. Wuzuan through the door or wait here. Chasing after F.A. Wuzuan was risky. No one knew what was going on the other side of the door. Waiting here was even more unreliable because no one could be sure if F.A. Wuzuan would come out again. Perhaps he would leave from another place. After a moment of hesitation, the man made his decision. His body flashed, and he rushed into the door. F.A. Wuzuan was just a constellation, and he was Yu Yao. If F.A. Wuzuan could go, he could go. Even if F.A. Wuzuan ambushed him, he was confident he could resolve it. Meeting F.A. Wuzuan this time was a coincidence. If he missed this chance, it would not be easy to find F.A. Wuzuan again. As long as he could take him down, he would be able to mass-produce the twin chi connecting branch array disk. The benefits it would bring to the faction behind F.A. Wuzuan would be unimaginable. On the other side, Lu Yi appeared in front of the heavenly spiral hall in a sorry state. The two mere people who had been guarding here by Lu's orders immediately came forward to greet him. Unexpectedly, before they could even get close, Lu Yi madly urged his spiritual power, causing a rumbling sound. The two mermaids were stunned. They didn't know what Lu Yi was doing, but Lu Yi had already rushed in front of them. She grabbed one of them with each hand and threw them far away. Then she turned around and stared at the door from which she had come. He had been forced to use the Azure Sea Snail to come here because he was betting that Yu Yao wouldn't give up on him so easily. If Yu Yao was confident in her strength and came here to kill him, then that would naturally be good for him. However, if she was a cautious person and didn't come after him, then Lu Ye's plan would be ruined. The door couldn't be maintained for long. Once it disappeared, he would have to swim out of this place if he wanted to leave. His previous experience had taught Lu Yi that with his current cultivation, it was very unreliable for him to swim out of the 10,000 elephant sea. He might even encounter Yu Yao or a radiant star beast along the way and become food for them. Therefore, Lu Yi could only hope that Yu Yao would come after him. The short wait seemed to stretch on endlessly. Fortunately, not long after, the door suddenly began to vibrate. Lu Ye's heart settled. He knew that this was a sign that someone was passing through the door. Yu Yao really did come after him. He dashed out and arrived at the back of the door. Just as he stood there, he saw Yu Yao, who had been chasing after him, reveal herself. She was a cautious person. She had rashly entered an unknown place, so she had already activated a protective barrier around her body. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of magic artifact this was, but a silver belt coiled around her body like a silver dragon. Lu Yi took advantage of the fact that this person had just appeared and frantically poured his spiritual energy into the mountain plate saber. His flesh and blood vibrated rhythmically. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes but Yu Yao, who was chasing after him. Saber lights flashed in an endless stream. The faint sound of crashing waves could be heard. Yu Yao abruptly turned her head to look. In her field of vision, boundless saber lights attacked her. However, she could sense that the saber lights were not just saber lights, but more like waves. The person snorted coldly. There is a fundamental difference between a constellation and Yu Yao. How dare you act so impudently? He raised a hand and pushed lightly. The saber lights shattered. Then he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed at Lu Yi. He thought that he would be able to catch Lu Yi head-on. Who knew that after the shattered saber lights, there would be even more saber lights? The person's eyes were filled with surprise. It was too late to retreat now. Moreover, he didn't feel the need to retreat when he was up against a constellation. He channeled his spiritual energy and continued to reach forward. The sound of crashing waves grew more ferocious. It was as if a tsunami was covering the sky. The saber lights turned into waves, layer upon layer, endless. 10 layered waves, 100 layered waves, 1,000 layered waves, 10,000 layered waves. Recently, Lu Yi had been comprehending the saber techniques in the Dagger Legacy. Although he had gained some insights, he still felt that he was missing something. It was only now that he was facing Yu Yao that he finally realized that the elegance of the saber techniques in the legacy was just a facade. The true essence was its endless momentum. There was indeed a fundamental difference between a constellation's strength and Yu Yao's. It was like the difference between a handful of gravel and a solid rock. Once they collided, the constellation's strength would be easily defeated. However, if one layer of strength could not withstand it, what about 10 layers? What about 100 layers, 1,000 layers, or even 10,000 layers? The saber techniques in the dagger legacy might not be that profound or complicated, but this saber technique seemed to be specially designed for the weak to defeat the strong. It was especially suitable for a battle between a constellation and Yu Yao. It was exactly what Lu Yi needed to face now. As Yu Yao's hand reached out, the layers of saber lights shattered continuously. It seemed to have no effect, but Lu Yi could sense that the might of his opponent's hand was continuously weakening as the saber lights shattered. In other words, the 10,000 layered waves had indeed weakened the power of his attack. Even the defensive power on his opponent's arm had dimmed somewhat. If his opponent had not activated the power of his defensive Dharma treasure in advance, he would have definitely suffered a small loss. However, the difference in their strength was not small. In a short moment, Lu Ye's endless saber lights were broken. His opponent's hand pressed against Lu Ye's chest, and his transcendence energy burst forth. Even though Lu Yi activated the Holy Guardian Spirit rune when he saw that the situation was bad, it shattered. Lu Ye's chest caved in, and he felt his heart stop beating for a moment. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall of the heavenly conch hall behind him. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. He was secretly shocked. Yu Yao was indeed Yu Yao. Moreover, she was at the mid-stage. Her strength was not something he could fight against at the moment. He was shocked, but Yu Yao, who was chasing after him, was even more shocked. This was because he had never seen a constellation that could withstand one of his attacks. With this strength, it would have been no problem for him to take first place when the constellation hall opened. But for some reason, F.A. Wuzuin disappeared after the chaotic battle. Suddenly, there was a strange commotion, followed by a cold shout. "Who dares to be impudent in my heavenly conch palace?" Lu Yi was overjoyed when he heard this voice. When he first appeared, he madly circulated his spiritual energy and caused a commotion, all for the sake of alerting the experts of the mermaid race. Now, it seemed that his plan had succeeded. Great Elder Yen Miao had arrived. Moreover, he could sense powerful auras belonging to Yu Yao rushing over from all directions. Although the mermaid race did not have any Sunshine Realm experts, they still had a few Yu Yao. At the very least, Lu Yi knew that the 5 great elders were all from the Yu Yao realm. As for whether there were other Yu Yao, Lu Yi did not know, but there should be some. How could a mid-stage Yu Yao come to the mermaid race's heavenly conch palace and behave so atrociously? When Great Elder shouted, he used the mermaid race's language. Lu Yi could resonate with him, but the Yu Yao cultivator could not. Naturally, he could not understand what Yen Miao was shouting, but he was not stupid. When he sensed the auras of the Yu Yao, he immediately knew that something was wrong. He finally understood why F.A. Wuzuin had come here. It turned out that there was someone protecting him. It was no longer realistic to want to capture F.A. Wuzuin. The Yu Yao cultivator made a prompt decision to return through the door. At the same time, Lu Yi, who had slid down from the wall of the heavenly conch palace, was madly rushing over. The door had not disappeared yet. If the enemy retreated, it would be difficult to kill him again. If the enemy did not die, he would be able to track his whereabouts with that secret technique. Lu Yi would not be able to live in peace in the future. What he did not know was that when he entered this place with the help of the heavenly conch, the enemy's secret technique had already lost its effect. Lu Yi only had one thought now. No matter what, he had to stop the enemy from leaving. But the enemy was right beside the door. It would take time for him to rush over. How could he make it in time? Moreover, even if he did rush over, the difference in strength between them was obvious. Lu Yi might not be able to stop him. Just as the enemy was about to leave, the green door shook again. Lu Yi was stunned. He immediately realized that someone else was coming. He did not know who it was. Perhaps someone was passing by and saw the door he had left on the desolate planet. Out of curiosity, they came in to take a look. But in the next moment, he knew he was wrong. The person who had come in through the door was not just anyone but Ghost. When she appeared, she looked like she was sneaking around. She even hid herself immediately. Lu Yi almost laughed out loud. Good would be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. The heavenly Tao was a cycle of reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? He had suffered such an unexpected calamity because of Ghost. This woman was clearly being hunted down, but she still asked him to meet up. She even wanted to divert the trouble away. But now, she had barged into a tiger's den. End of chapter. Chapter 1478. Spectre felt that she had been extremely unlucky recently. She had killed a random guy, but it turned out that he had a mid-stage Yao backing him. In the end, she had been chased to the point where she had nowhere to run. She had finally managed to lure Yao away with great difficulty, and now she had a chance to catch her breath. After Yao had chased after Fa Wuzuan, she had felt somewhat uneasy. She had followed them from afar, hoping to see if Fa Wuzuan could shake them off. In the end, they were all flying on their planetary ships. She couldn't make too much of a commotion, so she was soon left behind. Helpless, she could only find a desolate star to hide in and heal her injuries. Before his injuries were fully healed, he heard someone shouting something like, "You can't escape. Surrender obediently and I won't make things difficult for you. But if I capture you, you'll have to suffer a little." When Spectre heard that, she realized that it was Yao's voice. She immediately understood that Fa Wuzuan had also hidden on this desolate star and lured Yao here. She even suspected that Fa Wuzuan knew she was here and deliberately lured Yao here. However, she quickly realized that it was just a coincidence. When she sneaked out of her hiding place and looked around, she found the door Lu Yi had left behind. She was curious and didn't know where the door led. She also didn't see Fa Wuzuan or Yao around. Even though she knew that it wasn't easy to barge into an unknown door like this, as a woman, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. After a great struggle in her mind, she stepped into the door. She was very experienced in this kind of thing. As soon as she stepped into the door and steadied herself, she immediately activated her concealment, an aura concealment, ghostly tattoo. Then she saw a familiar face. Who else could it be but Yao, who had been chasing her all this time? She didn't know what Yao had encountered, but she looked a little flustered. When she saw Spectre, she was clearly startled. Then she wantonly raised her hand and slapped down. Spectre didn't have time to retreat. She cried out in alarm, and under the veil covering her face, she opened her mouth and shot out a beam of blood-red light, hitting the other party's palm. Spectre didn't know what method she used, but Yao's attack didn't work. With a loud bang, Yao staggered a few steps back. On the other hand, Spectre's aura was weak and her hair was disheveled. It seemed that the attack just now had damaged her vitality greatly. It made sense. A late-stage Xingxiu had used a technique that could repel Yao. Even if Yao wasn't prepared, she must have paid a price. This was her strongest, life-saving technique. After the attack, Ghost felt dizzy and instinctively retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. Then, just as she moved, she felt her arm tighten. She looked over in a daze and saw Fa Wuzuan appear in front of her and grab her arm. Ghost opened her mouth, and then her expression changed drastically. Don't. How could Lu Yi pay any attention to her? Since she's already here, she can forget about leaving. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and flung Yuling away. He did not care whether Yuling was dead or alive. He pushed his saber again, and saber lights shot towards Yu Yao. Yu Yao had only just regained her footing when the saber light enveloped her. Although she quickly dissolved it, it was too late for her to escape through the door. Several figures arrived one after another. They were the Yu Yao elders of the Merfolk clan. As they appeared, ethereal singing could be heard. Merfolk. Yu Yao was shocked. She didn't expect there to be merfolk here. Moreover, it looked like there was a group of them. Lu Yi had already retreated. Bai Lu came to his side and asked with concern, "Li Tai Bai, are you all right? What happened?" Lu Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "I'm fine. I was hunted down and had no choice but to escape here. I'll come back and apologize to the Great Elder and the others. I've caused you trouble this time." Bai Lu shook her head. "It's no trouble, as long as you're fine." Lu Yi glanced at the crumbling door. "It's too late. I'll leave first. I'll come back in a few days." Just as he moved, someone grabbed his ankle. He looked down and saw that Yu Yu, who was so weak that she looked like she only had one breath left, had appeared at his feet. She pouted and hugged his ankle with both hands. She looked up at him pitifully. "Take me with you." Lu Yi and Bai Lu were communicating through telepathy. Yu couldn't hear them, but her eyes were sharp. She could see that Lu Yi wanted to leave. She didn't know where this place was, but there was a group of merfolk living here. They didn't look weak either. F.A. Wuzuin was obviously on good terms with this group of merfolk. If she wanted to leave, she could only ask F.A. Wuzuin to take her with him. Lu Yi pointed at Yu on the ground and said to Bai Lu, "Keep an eye on this person. She's a ghost cultivator. Don't let her recover too quickly." "Is she an enemy?" Bai Lu asked. Lu Yi didn't know how to identify Yu. He thought for a moment and said, "Not really, but she's not a friend either." He pulled his foot out of Yu's grasp and glanced at the battlefield. His heart settled, and he quickly rushed toward the door. Yu's plaintive voice came from behind him. "F.A. Daddy, take me with you. I'm so scared here alone. What's the use of calling me Daddy now?" Lu Yi didn't even look back as he entered the door. When he disappeared, the door also disappeared. In front of the Celestial Spiral Palace, several Yu Yao of the Merfolk clan were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. With the assistance of the mysterious song, they easily gained control of the situation. The Merfolk clan showed no mercy and killed Yu Yao on the spot. Although the first elder and the others were courteous to Lu Yi, they didn't have a good impression of the entire human race. Their clan had fallen into their current predicament because of a powerful human. On the desolate star, Lu Yi reappeared. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The Azure Sea Conch had a cooldown time, and it would take a few more days. He found a secluded place nearby and set up a formation to treat his injuries first. A day later, he finally set off for the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He originally wanted to make a deal with Yu and see if he could see the aura concealing ghostly tattoo on her body. If that didn't work, he could ask Yu to engrave it. At most, he would just have to pay some spirit jades. Who would have thought that he would be dragged into such trouble? Although the trouble had been resolved, he still had to finish what he started. He had lost his planetary boat. When he was being chased, he didn't have time to take care of it. Fortunately, Lu Yi was quite rich now. He didn't care if he lost a planetary boat of poor quality. He could always buy a better one later. He returned to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. When he was still some distance away from the Peerless Island, he found an opportunity and dove into the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He swam all the way to the Peerless Island and arrived at the place where he had set up the Minor Constellation Palace. The Minor Constellation Hall continued to reverse the seawater, turning it into pure starry sky energy. Bubbles of various sizes continued to rise. Lu Yi thought about it for a moment, then raised his hand and placed it on the Minor Constellation Hall, increasing its reverse seawater efficiency by a notch. Since he wanted to observe whether the construction of the spiritual island was going smoothly, Increasing the efficiency would save him some time. Immediately after, he activated the power of the Minor Constellation Palace and opened the door to the main hall of the Minor Constellation Palace. The Azure Sea Conk's door could not be maintained for long. The further the distance, the shorter the time it could be maintained. However, Lu Yi did not know how long the door of the Minor Constellation Palace could be maintained. He wanted to give it a try. If this door could be maintained, he would no longer have to worry about being trapped under the 10,000 elephant sea. Just like just now, he didn't have to rush back at all. Even if the Azure Sea Conk's door disappeared, he could still return to the Peerless Island through the Minor Constellation Palace. Maintaining the door required energy. However, the 10,000 elephant sea's water was limitless. As long as the Minor Constellation Palace could maintain the reversing seawater, the energy required to maintain the door was negligible. After he was done, Lu Yi swam out and returned to the Peerless Island from where he had entered the sea. After a few days, the starry sky energy on the island had undoubtedly become denser. It seemed like the idea of using the Minor Constellation Palace to construct the spiritual island could be implemented. Moreover, the changes here had undoubtedly attracted the attention of some cultivators passing by. This was because Lu Yi noticed that someone was secretly observing from afar. He secretly rejoiced that he had invited Tang Jun over to take charge. Otherwise, without Yu Yao, it would be easy for others to target this spiritual island that had been revived. With Tang Jun around, he would be able to reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. The facilities on the island were more or less completed. To the constellation cultivators, this was not a difficult task. The constellation cultivators who had been recruited earlier were undoubtedly more expectant than when they first came here. When they had first arrived, the Peerless Island was just a deserted island. However, the island was now reviving. The energy on the island was getting denser by the day. This was great news for them. This was because they could save a lot of spirit jades if they cultivated on such a spiritual island. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for early constellation stage cultivators like them, who had no background, to establish themselves on a spiritual island. None of the spiritual islands would recruit people like them. There were already too many cultivators in their own star system. So who would recruit outsiders? Tang Jun was still presiding over the construction of the Great Array. However, he had encountered a problem. Therefore, not long after Lu Yi returned to the Peerless Island, Chu Shen came looking for him. He sat in front of Lu Yi with a look of embarrassment and stammered for a while. Lu Yi glanced at him and roughly knew what he was here for. He directly asked, "Are you lacking spirit jades?" Chu Shen blushed and took the opportunity to flatter him. "My parents gave birth to me. Senior brother knows me best." The spirit jades he had were the 500,000 that Lu Yi had given him after the auction. However, he had spent them all recently. To set up a great array that could envelop the entire spiritual island and protect it well, it was not something that could be done with a few 100,000 spirit jades. Chu Shen had no other choice but to look for Lu Yi. This was because he knew that Boss Fa was very rich. End of chapter. Chapter 1479. Inside the cave, Lu Yi took out a storage ring and handed it to Chu Shen. Chu Shen received it solemnly and scanned it with his divine sense. He was overjoyed. "Senior brother, isn't this a little too much?" He originally thought that borrowing a few 100,000 spirit jades from old Fa would be enough. But who knew that old Fa would casually throw 5 million spirit jades over? It was 10 times more than what he had expected. Lu Yi said indifferently, "Since you want to set up a formation, then set up the best one. Don't be too calculative about the early costs." Now that Lu Yi could freely travel between the Vientiane Sea and the merfolk's territory, it could be said that he had completely opened up a path of wealth that belonged solely to him. Although he had not received any benefits from the merfolk, yet if he needed spirit jades in the future, he only needed to ask and the merfolk would not be stingy. Moreover, with the abundant resources under the sea, as long as he could find a way, those star beasts and seaweed could all be turned into spirit jades. 5 million spirit jades was really nothing to him. Then I'll write a contract with senior brother. Just treat it as a loan, and I'll return it to you with interest, Chu Shin said. Lu Yi shook his head. No need. Just treat it as my investment. Chu Shin did not refuse and said happily, that's fine too. There was no need to be polite with old F.A. Although he was the master of this peerless island on the surface, it was actually old F.A. who first occupied this place. Without old F.A.'s permission, he would not have stayed, so old F.A. should have a share of Peerless Island. Oh, right, senior brother. There's something else I want to discuss with you. What is it? Chu Shin said, in the past few days, someone has contacted me on behalf of a certain faction. They want to bring our Peerless Island under their jurisdiction. If we agree, they can provide us with some resources and manpower. What do you think, senior brother? Lu Yi said, you're the island master of Peerless Island. You can make these decisions yourself. No need to ask me. Chu Shin nodded. Then I know what to do. A moment later, Chu Shan left. Although he did not say what he would do, Lu Yi knew that Chu Shen would never agree to those factions' requests just from the fact that he came to borrow spirit jades. In any case, he was from the Coachman world. Even if he really wanted to cooperate with a force, he would only choose a local force in the Wanshan Galaxy. Why would he collude with other forces? Moreover, he was a fledgling who wanted to achieve great things. If he really agreed to cooperate with other forces, he would definitely be restricted and controlled by others in the future. His personality was the kind of person who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could he allow such a thing to happen? While the construction of Matchless Island continued, the embryonic form of the Grand Protective Array had already been completed. With the protection of the Grand Protective Array, the amount of starry sky energy produced by the minor constellation palaces' reverse seawater would be reduced. This also caused the density of starry sky energy on Matchless Island to increase even faster than before. This change was clearly felt by every cultivator on the Peerless Island, causing them to feel excited. Lu Yi was waiting for the time when the Azure Sea Snail could be used. Although he could enter the Constellation Hall's main hall through the entrance of the Minor Constellation Hall, he still needed to rush to the Mermaid Clan's territory from the main hall. In a place like the sea, without a seahorse as a mount, it would be very slow to swim. Therefore, it was best to use the Azure Sea Snail to directly reach the Heavenly Snail Hall. After a few more days, it was finally time to use the Azure Sea Snail. Lu Yi didn't immediately urge the Azure Sea Snail's power. Instead, he first dived into the sea to check if the entrance to the Minor Constellation Hall was still open. After confirming that there were no problems with the entrance and that there were no signs of it closing, Lu Yi quietly returned to the cave and, under the cover of many restrictions and spirit arrays, blew the Azure Sea Snail. The entrance opened and he stepped inside. Returning to the Minor Constellation Hall, Lu Yi immediately noticed that many gazes were fixed on him, one of which was particularly sharp. But soon these gazes softened. Lu Yi looked around and found that there were many mermaids here, both in the open and in the dark. In the direction of the source of the sharp gaze, there was a very majestic male mermaid. Judging from the other party's aura, he was from the Moon Jade realm. Obviously, after the previous incident, the Mermaid Clan had made arrangements here to prevent Lu Yi from attracting any masters here and catching them off guard. Li Tai Bai, a familiar voice called out. Lu Yi turned to look and saw Bai Lu walking towards him. She had undoubtedly been waiting here on purpose because Lu Yi had told her that he would come back in a few days. She knew the characteristics of the Azure Sea Snail. How is it? Lu Yi asked. Last time he hadn't waited for the battle to end before leaving, so he didn't know what had happened in the end. However, before he left, he had seen that Moon Jade realm midstage being suppressed by the Mermaid Clan's elders, so it was very likely that the enemy had already been defeated. That Moon Jade is already dead, Bai Lu explained. As she explained, She handed over several storage rings. These are all his belongings. The elders told me to give them to you. Lu Yi said, these are all your spoils of war, so there's no need to give them to me. I also have to thank you for doing me a great favor. Bai Lu grabbed his hand and placed the storage rings in his palm. These storage rings all have restrictions. The elders aren't proficient in breaking them, so they don't dare to act rashly. It's better to leave them to you. Lu Yi thought about it and nodded. Then I'll give them to you after I break the restrictions. Bai Lu continued, also, the elders said that if you encounter any troublesome fellows in the future that you can't deal with, just lure them here, and we'll help you deal with them. Also, you're not allowed to thank us, and you don't have to be polite. You've helped us a lot, so we naturally have to help you. What else could Lu Yi say? He could only nod. However, this time he was lucky. He had lured that Moon Jade, Realm Midstage, cultivator here. If it had been someone else who was more cautious, they might not have been able to do so. Moreover, the door was right there. After they came in and sensed that something was wrong, they would definitely leave immediately. Therefore, it was best not to do this a second time. There are too many uncontrollable factors. What about that ghost cultivator? Lu Yi asked. Although he had warned Bai Lu before he left, if the mermaid clan killed Ghost Cultivator along with the Ghost Cultivator, then Ghost Cultivator's death would be too unjust. Come with me, Bai Lu said and led Lu Yi in a certain direction. Along the way, Lu Yi activated the 1,000 Faces spirit pattern and changed his appearance into Fa Wuzuan's appearance. Bai Lu clicked her tongue in wonder. The last time Lu Yi came here, he also had Fa Wuzuan's appearance. Although his appearance was different, his temperament and figure could not be changed. Moreover, only Lu Yi could enter this place through the Azure Sea Snail, so Bai Lu still recognized him at a glance. You don't want her to know your true appearance? Bai Lu asked. Lu Yi nodded. She has seen my true appearance, so I have to use a different appearance to meet her. Bai Lu understood. Ghost Cultivator was currently locked up in a prison-like place in the Azure Sea Snail Palace. This place was originally used to imprison mermaids who had made mistakes, so it did not have much defensive power. However, when Lu Yi saw Ghost Cultivator, he found that she was lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud, not moving at all. Her aura was very weak, as if she had lost all her spiritual power. A few days ago, she used some unknown method to repel Yu Yao's attack head-on. Even if the other party did not use her full strength at that time, it was not easy to do so with the strength of a constellation. For this reason, Ghost Cultivator paid a huge price and became dispirited at that time. Looking at it today, the situation seemed to be even more serious than before. However, one thing was certain. Ghost Cultivator was not dead. The main reason was that the mermaids did not know how to deal with Ghost Cultivator. Lu Yi told Bai Lu that this fellow was neither an enemy nor a friend, so the mermaids could only leave her be for the time being. Is she seriously injured? Lu Yi asked. Bai Lu said, I've examined her. There are no serious injuries, but it seems that because she used a power that did not belong to her, her chi is weak and her body is weak. Fourth Elder also placed a restriction on her body, so she can't recover or use her spiritual power. Lu Yi understood and stared at Ghost Cultivator, who was lying motionless on the ground as if she had fallen asleep. His eyes flashed. Open the door, Lu Yi said. Bai Lu turned her head and motioned to the male mermaid who was in charge of guarding this place. He immediately stepped forward and undid the restriction, opening the door to the prison. However, Lu Yi did not go in. When Bai Lu was about to enter, he even pulled her aside and moved her to the side. Just as Bai Lu was puzzled, a sudden change occurred. Ghost Cultivator, whose aura was clearly weak and whose spiritual power had been depleted, suddenly jumped up as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She rushed out of the prison like a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the next instant. Only a smug voice could be heard from all directions. You want to trap this old lady here? Try again in your next life. Fa Wuzun. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Bai Lu was shocked. She never imagined that the restriction Fourth Elder placed on Ghost Cultivator would lose its effect. Moreover, Ghost Cultivator had recovered her strength at some unknown time. She wanted to chase after her, but Lu Yi pulled her back. She turned to look at Lu Yi in confusion. Lu Yi shook his head, then said softly in the direction Ghost Cultivator left. I'll wait for you here. Come back when you understand. If this was any other place, Ghost Cultivator might have escaped. This fellow's other abilities aside, her concealment and escape methods were first-rate. A mermaid territory might not be able to trap her. However, this was the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Where else could she go besides the Emperor Snail Palace? Deep into the 10,000 Elephant Sea? That would be seeking death. If Ghost Cultivator wanted to escape now, Lu Yi had to agree. You knew she was faking it. Bai Lu asked. Otherwise, why would Li Taibai pull her aside when the prison door was opened? It was obvious that he was making way for Ghost Cultivator. Lu Yi shook his head. I didn't see that. However, people like her are extremely cunning. Even if she was placed under a restriction, she shouldn't be so weak. There's no harm in thinking more when dealing with her. Bai Lu seemed to understand. You humans are so complicated. She's not a human. She's a ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 1480. As for how to deal with Gui Ling, Lu Yi had a headache. If she really was an enemy, then he could just kill her. There was no need to show any mercy. But Gui Ling wasn't an enemy. It was true that he had encountered some trouble because of her. If he hadn't lured the enemy to the merfolk's territory, Lu Yi wouldn't have known how to deal with it. He had to settle this with her. He couldn't let her go. While waiting, Lu Yi began to break the restrictions on the storage rings. As expected of the Moon Jade Realm's storage rings, the restrictions weren't complicated, but they weren't easy to break. Lu Yi spent a lot of effort and even destroyed one storage ring before he could break the rest. As mentioned before, he gave the storage rings to Bai Lu. These were the merfolk's spoils of war. No matter how good the treasures inside were, he had no reason to keep them. Since he had nothing to do, he chatted with Bai Lu. Bai Lu loved to listen to him talk about the outside world. When Lu Yi was at the Constellation Hall, Bai Lu would pester him to talk about these things every time she went there. She always listened with great interest. Unfortunately, their clan was cursed and couldn't leave the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Otherwise, they could go out and take a look. Time passed. After more than half a day, Lu Yi, who was arguing with Bai Lu about the Constellation Hall, suddenly stopped talking and turned to look at the door. You don't want to come in? Do you want me to invite you in? Bai Lu was startled. When she turned to look, she didn't see anything. Just as she was about to speak, the space at the door distorted, and a familiar figure appeared. Who else could it be but the ghost clan member called Gui Ling? Bai Lu was slightly frightened. With this level of concealment, no one in the Merfolk clan would be able to detect her. She didn't know how Li Taibai had detected her. If it was before, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to detect her. However, after deriving a new concealment technique, Lu Ye's attainments in concealment were much stronger than before. Moreover, part of his new concealment technique came from Gui Ling's ghostly patterns, so they could be considered to be of the same origin. In addition, Gui Ling's current condition wasn't good, so it wasn't difficult for him to detect her. The ghost no longer looked like she had just been injected with chicken blood. Her face was obviously very pale, and her eyes were somewhat listless. That attack just now was obviously a burst of power that she had accumulated for a long time. As long as she escaped from this place, she could find a place to recuperate. Who would have thought that she would wander around the Huang Snail Palace for half a day without being able to leave? It was not that there was no way out. There were several passages leading to the 10,000 Elephant Sea in the Royal Snail Palace, but Ghost retreated after a brief attempt. Revealing herself, she clutched her chest with one hand and staggered into the cell. Then she sat down not far from Lu Yi and gasped for breath as if she was about to die. She coughed up blood before she could speak, and blood stained her veil. Bai Lu looked on worriedly, afraid that she would really die just like that. Lu Yi, however, remained indifferent, because he didn't know if it was true or not. Spectre's miserable appearance might just be a means to gain sympathy. After a long while, Spectre calmed down and asked, "F.A. Wuzuin, tell me honestly, where is this place?" "There's a group of mermaids here, and other than this strange space, the surroundings were filled with seawater similar to the 10,000 Elephant Sea." Spectre really couldn't figure out where this place was. She had taken out the star chart to try to locate it, but the star chart was completely useless here. "Where is this place? You can make your own judgment. Why ask me?" Lu Yi replied indifferently. Spectre's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. She stared at Lu Yi for a long time before slowly shaking his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She did have a guess, but how could this kind of thing be true? If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Lu Yi had no intention of explaining for her. "But since you're here, then stay here and don't think about nonsense. Don't try to hurt any of the mermaids. Otherwise, you'll only make your situation worse." Spectre said angrily, "F.A. Wuzuin, do you still have a conscience?" "Oh." Lu Yi looked at her casually. "You used my name to divert the trouble, causing me to be hunted down by Yu Yao, and you're talking to me about conscience? Do you have any conscience at all? Believe it or not, I didn't want to divert the trouble away. I was really out of ideas at that time. You just happened to contact me, and I thought that we might be able to fight him together. Who knew that you would run away by yourself? If he wanted to chase you, I couldn't stop him. Besides, if I really wanted to divert the trouble away, I could have totally ignored you. But in fact, I've been chasing you all the time because I was afraid that something would happen to you. At that time, I could have helped you. Otherwise, do you think I would have come to this godforsaken place? I was worried about you. Do you believe that yourself?" Lu Yi looked at her coldly. Ghost touched her chest and said, "I can swear on my conscience." Lu Yi stared at her for a while. He didn't see any falsehood in her eyes. He really couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Normally, after Lu Yi had diverted Yu Yao away, Spectre could have escaped without a trace. There was no need for her to chase him all the way here. But she still came. It seemed like what she said was true. Lu Yi didn't want to dwell on this any longer. He said, "Anyway, since you're here, don't leave. This will be your home from now on. You can stay here with peace of mind." Spectre was on the verge of tears. She shifted her body and grabbed Lu Ye's arm with both hands. She shook it gently. "Senior brother F.A., you can't do this to me. I know you can leave this place. It's that kind of door. Open the door and take me out. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life." Bai Lu looked at her coquettishly from the side. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Spectre was still shaking Lu Ye's arm. She vowed solemnly, "Also, don't worry. Spectre, won't tell anyone about this place, including the door. I'm a woman who keeps her mouth shut." Lu Yi didn't respond. He just looked at her with a half-smile. Spectre scowled miserably. "Then what do you want me to do? You can't really lock me up here for the rest of my life. We don't have any deep grudges. Draw me a Dao, and I'll agree to anything." "I don't have a Dao to draw." Lu Yi pulled his arm out, stood up, and looked down at her condescendingly. "You're not in a good state. You should recover first." Saying this, he threw a few bottles of healing pills to her, then led Bai Lu out. Spectre wanted to chase after him, but she had no strength left. She lay on the ground and looked at Lu Ye's back. She opened her arms and shouted, "F.A. Wuzuin, you can't do this to me." There was no response. After they left the prison, Bai Lu said angrily, "I'm going to ask the Grand Elder to place more restrictions on her. Let's see how she dispels them this time." Lu Yi stopped her. "There's no need. Let her recover first." Spectre looked very pitiful. Lu Yi could see that she was indeed at the end of her rope. If she didn't recover soon, it would leave behind some hidden dangers. Then where should we keep her? Bai Lu asked. No need. Let her be. Anyway, she can't leave the Huang Luo Palace. She's not weak. If she makes a move on my people, she's a smart person. Smart people will do smart things. Don't worry, she won't do that. But there's only one thing to be careful of. Don't let her get close to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang was the queen of the mermaid clan. Her strength wasn't high. If Spectre really captured Bai Shuang, then the mermaid clan would be in a passive position. As long as Spectre was prevented from coming into contact with Bai Shuang, everything would be fine. After that, Lu Yi was led by Bai Lu to see the Grand Elder Yen Miao. He apologized to the mermaid clan for the last time and thanked them. The Grand Elder's words were the same as Bai Lu's. Lu Yi had helped the mermaid clan a lot. If the mermaid clan had a chance to repay them, they would be very happy. How could they complain? At the same time, the Grand Elder also said that if Lu Yi encountered a similar situation in the future, just lead the enemy over and let them deal with it. After this experience, they would definitely deal with similar situations better next time. Naturally, Lu Yi agreed. After chatting for a while, Lu Yi bid farewell and left. He didn't stay with the mermaid clan for too long. Lu Yi borrowed a seahorse star beast and rushed toward the constellation hall alone. Bai Lu wanted to accompany him, but Lu Yi rejected her. Although the journey wasn't long, he might encounter some dangers. There were still many moon jade star beasts in the sea. He naturally didn't want Bai Lu to take such a risk. Fortunately, the journey was relatively peaceful. After waiting for half a day, he arrived at the constellation hall. Lu Yi let the seahorse return on its own. He went forward and pushed the door of the constellation hall. He didn't encounter much resistance, and the door slowly opened. After Lu Yi walked in, the door closed automatically. After his last attempt, Lu Yi knew that unless it was during the period of the constellation hall battle, no one but himself could open the door of the constellation hall. Therefore, this huge constellation hall was a special place for him to store his treasures. He had a lot of storage rings on him. They were filled with all kinds of things. It wasn't convenient to carry them around all the time, so he just left them here. After all, as long as he had the minor constellation hall, he could come here whenever he wanted. Lu Yi left most of the storage rings behind. He only brought 3 storage rings with him. One was for spirit jades and spirit crystals. One was for spirit pills and spirit treasures, and one was for miscellaneous items. In addition to the storage space on the back of his hand, it was definitely enough for him to use. In front of the black stone tablet that represented the accumulation list, a door was maintained. Lu Yi returned to the bottom of Matchless Island through this door. He swam a distance away before quietly returning to Matchless Island. After silently returning to the cave, Lu Yi began to deduce the other spirit runes while continuing to comprehend the small saber inheritance. After exchanging blows with Yu Yao, Lu Yi realized that the inheritance bestowed by the Constellation Hall was very practical. It was especially suitable for the battle between the Constellation Hall and Yu Yao. He didn't plan to raise his cultivation at the moment. Naturally, he had to spend more effort in this aspect so that he wouldn't be restricted when facing Moon Jade in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 1481. 7 days later, in the Mermaid Territory, in front of the Tian Luo Palace. The void shook and a door appeared. Lu Yi stepped out. However, just as he stood still, he frowned. The Pan-Shan saber at his waist popped out, and the saber flashed as it slashed forward. A blurry figure that was almost invisible faced the saber light. Just as it was about to be cut, the figure suddenly twisted and narrowly avoided the saber. Ghost's eyes were full of excitement. She stared at the door behind Lu Yi without blinking, as if she had smelled the scent of freedom. She was a smart woman. Naturally, she knew that if she wanted to get out of here, she couldn't count on F.A. Wuzuan's mercy. She had to find a way. But this damned place was surrounded on all sides by water similar to the Wancheng Sea. She couldn't escape at all. After thinking about it, the only way to leave here was to use F.A. Wuzuan's unknown method to make the door. So, she deliberately hid her figure and breath and waited here. Sure enough, such an opportunity came. At this moment, she suddenly attacked. Even Lu Yi almost couldn't react in time. After avoiding the saber, she was only one step away from the door. As long as she took this step, she would be able to open the sea and sky. However, this step was like a moat. Ghost's figure suddenly flew out as if she had been hit by a heavy blow. As she rolled, her concealment failed and her figure was revealed. The two mermaids who stayed here were shocked and quickly put on a vigilant look. On the other side, Ghost, who had been repelled, turned over nimbly. With one hand on the ground, she half crouched on the ground like a cheetah ready to pounce. She looked at Lu Yi fiercely. F.A. Wuzuan, I don't want to fight with you. Get out of my way. Lu Yi stood in front of the door like a door god and looked at her indifferently. It seems that you have recovered well. When he left 7 days ago, this guy was half dead. Now that he came back, he didn't see any major problems. Are you going to move or not? Ghost gritted her teeth and shouted. Lu Yi didn't speak. He held the saber in one hand and raised his other hand, beckoning her with his finger. Ghost said angrily, "You asked for it." As his words fell, the afterimage of his body was clearly still in the same place, but his body had already swept to Lu Ye's side. His leg was like a whip, heavily swinging down. Lu Yi didn't seem to be able to react. Ghost's lips curled into a cold smile. Everyone thought that ghost cultivators only knew how to kill, but she didn't walk the normal path. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to obtain such a high ranking in the Constellation Palace contest. In terms of close combat ability, she was not inferior to any weapon cultivator. It was just that she rarely revealed this side of her. However, at this moment, in order to escape, she could no longer care about it. Freedom was right in front of her. As long as she could defeat F.A. Wuzuan, she would be able to leave this damned place. She had never thought of defeating Lu Yi because it was unrealistic. F.A. Wuzuan's strength was already impressive when he was in the middle stage of the Constellation Realm. Now that he was in the late stage of the Constellation Realm, Spectre admitted that she was no match for him. However, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if it was just to push him back. In order to achieve her goal, she had unleashed all of her strength. She knew that this battle couldn't be delayed. There were many Yu Yao on the merfolk's side. Once those Yu Yao arrived, she would never be able to escape. This whip kick was powerful and heavy. Although it didn't carry too much power, all of its explosive power was contained within. Even if there was a mountain in front of her, Spectre was confident that she could shatter it. However, in the next moment, Spectre's brows suddenly furrowed. This was because Lu Yi, who didn't seem to be able to react, suddenly looked in the direction of her true body. Then he raised a hand. With a paw sound, the whip kick was blocked by one of his big hands. After her attack failed, Spectre's afterimage remained in place while her true body moved to the other side and punched out. Her attack was blocked once again. Lu Ye's hand inexplicably blocked the path of her attack, easily blocking it. At the same time, his gaze shifted to her. Spectre was shocked. She knew that F.A. Wuzuan was very strong, but she hadn't expected him to react so quickly. She gritted her teeth, and a red light suddenly erupted from her body. Clearly, she had activated some kind of explosive secret technique, causing her speed and strength to increase again. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk dense, sounds continuously rang out. Every time they rang out, spiritual power colliding and exploding. The two merfolk on guard duty were dumbfounded. This was because in their field of vision, it seemed as if countless phantoms had appeared and disappeared, circling around Lu Yi and attacking him relentlessly. They knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught for even an instant. However, such a violent and concentrated attack couldn't even make their clan's esteemed guest move a single step. He stood there calmly, his hand constantly blocking back and forth, perfectly blocking each attack. This scene was rather comical, as if a child who hadn't been satisfied was throwing a tantrum at an adult. In just 10 breaths, Spectre had changed her position countless times and launched countless attacks, but none of them were effective. She felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't understand how F.A. Wuzuin could be so unreasonably strong, as they were both at the late stage of the Constellation Realm. For her to be able to rank near 200 in the Constellation Palace competition, her strength was naturally quite impressive. One had to know that the Constellation Palace competition was a competition between hundreds and thousands of galaxies, tens or even millions of constellations. Rank 200 wasn't very high, but it was definitely one of the best. However, at this moment, she couldn't move F.A. Wuzuin at all. Of course, this was because she hadn't used her full strength, but when had F.A. Wuzuin used his full strength? During the confrontation, Spectre suddenly retreated, her aura becoming mysterious and unpredictable. Her eyes became serious. F.A. Wuzuin, be careful. I don't want to kill you. If you can't handle it, then hurry up and get out of my way. Saying so, her figure suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Lu Yi observed with rapt attention and raised an eyebrow, because he found that he couldn't see through the 8 phantoms. These 8 phantoms all looked real, but he didn't know what kind of mysterious secret technique they were using. But from what Spectre had said just now, it was obvious she was going to put her life on the line. The 8 phantoms moved in unison, turning into 8 streams of light, fanning out towards Lu Yi as fast as lightning. Lu Yi suddenly felt his heart palpitate. How could he not know that this secret technique used by Spectre was incredibly powerful? The hand holding the mountain pan saber finally moved. With a push of the saber, a continuous stream of saber light began to burst forth. In an instant, the dense saber light was like the waves of the sea, wave after wave, endless and endless. The 8 phantoms arrived, their figures crisscrossing, turning Lu Ye's position into a land of death. In an instant, even Lu Yi felt a great pressure. Spectre's secret technique was extremely lethal and difficult to guard against. If he hadn't comprehended the saber technique in the Dagger Inheritance, it would have been difficult for him to resist with his previous Tyrant Saber art. Relatively speaking, the Tyrant Saber art was more inclined towards offense, while the Dagger Inheritance's saber art was both offensive and defensive. At this moment, the wave-like saber's light was constantly being shattered, but after it was shattered, new saber's light would appear. After 3 breaths, Lu Yi put away his saber. Spectre's true body appeared not far away, gasping for breath, her face slightly pale. It was obvious that the secret technique just now had taken a great toll on her. She looked in despair at Lu Yi, who was guarding the door like a door god, and her eyes became aggrieved. Then she sat down on the ground and wailed like a shrew. Wiping her tears, she shouted, "You bully me!" When Bai Lu and the other merfolk elders, who had sensed the commotion, arrived, they were just in time to see this scene that left them speechless. Pairs of eyes turned to look at Lu Yi. No one knew what he had done to make Spectre cry so sadly. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Yi, full of accusation. Lu Yi frowned. He had never seen someone cry when they couldn't win, but Spectre had always been shameless. Others might not be able to do such a thing, but Spectre could. Spectre's crying was irritating, so Lu Yi pointed at her and said lightly, "If you cry again, you'll never be able to leave here." The wailing Spectre immediately stopped crying and covered her mouth with her hand, but her shoulders shook as she continued to sob. It seemed that she was really sad. Lu Yi glared at her, then turned to speak a few words with Yan Miao and the other elders, telling them what had just happened. After learning that it wasn't another invasion, Yan Miao and the others quickly dispersed, leaving only Bai Lu behind. After a while, the door slowly disappeared. Only then did Lu Yi leave. Even just now, he did not let his guard down. Who knew if Spectre would suddenly jump up and force her way through the door? She was capable of doing such a thing. She hasn't caused you any trouble recently, has she? Lu Yi asked Bai Lu. Bai Lu smiled. You're right, she's a smart person, so although we didn't restrict her, she hasn't hurt any of our people. Lu Yi nodded. We still have to be careful. We can't let her come into contact with Bai Shuang. I know, there's always someone secretly guarding Bai Shuang. What are you talking about? Why don't you let me hear it? Spectre sensed that the two of them were communicating through divine sense and immediately had an opinion. Her eyes were still red and swollen, but at this moment she looked like she was bursting with curiosity, which was extremely comical. It's none of your business, Lu Yi said in annoyance. Spectre came up and asked expectantly, F.A. Wuzuan, when are we leaving here? Lu Yi glanced at her. Did I say you could leave? Spectre said. You just said that if I don't cry, I can leave. I said that if you cry again, you'll never be able to leave. Don't you mean the same thing? Spectre said matter-of-factly. Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her unreasonable pestering and changed the topic. The matter of you causing trouble to others, we have to properly calculate. How do you want to settle it? Spectre looked pitiful. I don't have money anyway. Those who knew her well knew that she was poor. Chapter 1482. Of course. Lu Yi did not expect her to compensate him. That was meaningless to him. Besides, how much money could a poor ghost compensate him? He said leisurely, You said that if I could survive, you would compensate me. Ghost blinked her big, watery eyes. She wanted to deny it, but now that she was under his roof, she could not deny it. She could only laugh it off. Did I say that? I don't remember. Think about it carefully. I think you should remember. Lu Yi looked at Ghost intently. Ghost felt guilty under his stare. She said angrily, I said it. So what? How do you want me to compensate you? My body? If you can do it, then I can't resist. That's not necessary. But I want to see the ghost tattoo on your body. I know you can't forget this. Ghost gritted her teeth. Last time, F.A. Wuzuan said that he wanted to see the spiritual tattoo on breath concealment. In the end, she rejected him. She did not expect that F.A. Wuzuan would still make this request. But now, the situation was different from last time. Ghost felt that if she refused, she would not be able to leave this place. But if he asked her to agree, she would not be happy. As she said last time, it was not a matter of money. After being angry for a while, Ghost said, the ghost tattoo on breath concealment is in an inconvenient position. I am a woman, and you are a man. How do you want to see it? Lu Yi thought for a moment and took out a shadow recording stone. If you feel embarrassed, I can ask Bai Lu to help me record it and watch it repeatedly. Ghost looked at the shadow recording stone in his hand in disbelief. You even prepared this. This was obviously premeditated. F.A. Wuzuan was really shameless. Ghost took a deep breath and suddenly laughed. F.A. Wuzuan, do you want to consider my proposal last time? What? Marry me, and you can see whatever you want. Ghost tried to throw a flirtatious glance at Lu Yi as she spoke, but she was obviously not good at this. Her flirtatious glance was not good at all. Not only was it not seductive, but it also made people laugh. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Lu Yi snorted. The ghost froze for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage. Baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he pounced on Lu Yi, shouting, Who are you calling a toad? They had gone too far. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Lu Yi raised a finger and pressed it against Spectre's forehead. Spectre's arms were short, and she was not as tall as Lu Yi. She struggled for a while but still failed. How about this? You can inscribe the ghost tattoo. That's not too much to ask, right? Lu Yi asked. Ghost paused, thought for a moment, and nodded. That's more like it. She suddenly thought of something and said angrily, Why didn't you say so when you saw the hidden ghost tattoo last time? She had even taken off her shirt and suffered a great loss. Lu Yi looked at her coldly. How can a real ghostly tattoo be the same as the one you've inscribed? In terms of effect, it was naturally better to observe the real, ghostly tattoo. However, the ghostly tattoo on the specter's body was not easy to observe, so he could only settle for the next best thing. He casually tossed a blank jade board to Ghost and told her to carve it herself. Lu Yi stood quietly to the side, waiting. However, he still had no idea how to deal with Spectre. It did not matter if the Merfolk clan was exposed or not. This was the Wanxiangxi. Even if they were exposed, no one could do anything to them. However, the secret that he could open a door to this place could not be exposed. If it were someone unrelated, it would be best to kill them to silence them. However, Lu Yi could not bring himself to kill Spectre. It was unrealistic to let her go, so he had to find a way to restrict her so that she could not expose these secrets. Soul manipulation was one way. If Spectre was willing to let Lu Yi plant the soul manipulation tattoo, then everything would not be a problem. However, the soul manipulation tattoo required Spectre's cooperation to be successfully planted. If there was even the slightest resistance, it would definitely fail. For someone as proud as Spectre, how could she be willing to let Lu Yi plant the soul manipulation tattoo on her? If he really mentioned this to her, Spectre would definitely fight him to the death. It was also impossible to keep Spectre in the Merfolk clan's territory forever. Right now, she could play her part and not do anything to the Merfolk clan because she had hope in her heart that she would be able to leave here sooner or later. However, if she was imprisoned here for too long, it was hard to guarantee that she would not do something drastic. Lu Yi was not worried about anything else, but he was afraid that she would one day hold Bai Shuang hostage. At that time, the Merfolk clan would probably really fight to the death with her. Lu Yi had been thinking about this matter for the past few days, but unfortunately he still had no clue. Li Tai Bai, are you in a dilemma about how to deal with her? Just when Lu Yi felt that it was difficult to deal with, Bai Lu suddenly transmitted a message to him. Lu Yi turned his head in surprise. You can tell. Bai Lu nodded. Although I don't know what your relationship is, I can see from your interactions that you have some friendship, but not much. It also seems that you have some grudges. You don't want to kill her, but you also don't want to let her go, so you are in a dilemma. Lu Yi really did not expect Bai Lu to have such a pure and intelligent side. Her observation skills were quite meticulous. He did not deny it and nodded. I am indeed thinking about how to deal with her. Have you thought of a way? Lu Yi shook his head. Not for the time being. Bai Lu smiled and said, Do you want the kind of method that can make her keep a secret without restricting her too much? Exactly. If the restriction was too great, the ghost would absolutely not agree to a method like soul control. Hearing you say that, it seems that you have a way. Bai Lu smiled. I might really have a way. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Bai Lu shook her head. I can't say, but if you only have that kind of request, this method should work, so I have to give it a try. Then let's give it a try. Lu Yi agreed. Anyway, there was nothing he could do. Bai Lu had a way, so naturally he would let her try it. If it really worked, the problem in front of him could be solved. Bai Lu got his permission and said something to the mermaid who had been guarding here. The mermaid obeyed and quickly left. A moment later, the mermaid returned, but this time, she brought 2 of her people with her. There were 2 mermaids, and they looked exactly the same. It seemed like they were twins. The 2 sisters came before Bai Lu and bowed respectfully to her first, then to Lu Yi. Ghost, who was inscribing ghostly patterns on the side, glanced at them curiously. She had long sensed that Lu Ye's status here wasn't low, so she didn't find it strange. Bai Lu said something to the twin mermaid sisters, and the 2 sisters immediately took out an item each. Lu Yi looked closely and found that they had taken out 2 golden conches. They looked exactly the same as her azure sea conch, but the color was different. This was clearly something from the celestial conch hall, but she didn't know what they were used for. The conches in the celestial conch hall had all kinds of strange effects. Lu Ye's conch could open the door to the celestial conch hall. Yan Miao's conch could disperse the star beasts in the sea, and the other mermaids' conches had their own wonders. However, these two golden conches didn't just have the same color, but also the same texture. After handing over their golden conches, the two sisters left. Bai Lu said to Lu Yi, "I want a drop of her blood." Lu Yi nodded and unsheathed his Panshan saber. Before Ghost could react, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand. She quickly jumped up and looked at Lu Yi warily. "What are you doing?" Lu Ye's saber had already returned to its scabbard, and he held a drop of Ghost's blood in his hand. He didn't even look at her. "Shut up." Bai Lu smiled at Ghost, motioning for her not to be nervous. Then she raised her hand and slit her palm, causing a drop of blood to flow out. She put her fingers together again, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the blood on Lu Ye's palm flew over and merged with her own blood. Ghost had a bad feeling. F.A. Wuzuin, what the hell are you doing? Mermaids were a very rare and strange race. Who knew what kind of strange abilities they had? Taking a drop of her blood like this was obviously a strange, secret technique. Ghost couldn't be at ease. She didn't know what was going on, and how would Lu Yi know? Bai Lu didn't tell him at all. The merged blood was split into two by Bai Lu and dripped onto the two golden conches. Strangely enough, after the two golden conches absorbed the blood, they suddenly turned into two golden lights and merged with each other. Just like the two drops of blood, they were indistinguishable from each other. The essence of the golden light was a mass of golden liquid, which was obviously formed by the two golden conches. Bai Lu took out a shell and placed the golden light on it. She tilted her head back and drank half of it, then handed it to Lu Yi. "Let her drink it." Lu Yi nodded, took the shell and handed it to Ghost. "Drink it." Ghost stared at the golden light on the shell in horror. She covered her mouth and shook her head. "I don't want to." She didn't even know what this thing was. How could she drink it? Either drink it or be trapped here for the rest of your life. It's your choice. Lu Yi looked at her expressionlessly. Ghost frowned. "If I drink it, you'll take me away?" "Drink it first. As for when I'll take you away, it depends on your performance. F.A. Wuzuin, don't go too far. Although I'm not as strong as you, and I'm a woman, I have a backbone. I don't even know what this thing is. How can I drink it? You have to at least let me know what it is." "I don't know what it is, but I know it's not poisonous." Ghost believed this because Bai Lu had drunk half of it just now. "Can you help me ask around? What exactly is this?" Ghost was still worried. Lu Yi frowned, turned to Bai Lu and asked. He also wanted to know what it was. Bai Lu smiled. "Tell her that as long as she drinks this, she'll be my sister in life and death from now on." Lu Yi didn't doubt her and told her the truth. End of chapter. Chapter 1483. Ghost's expression became strange. Is this a ceremony for the merfolk to become sworn brothers? This merfolk has taken a fancy to me and wants to become sworn brothers with me? It didn't make sense. She had been here for a few days recently, but this merfolk didn't treat her particularly well. After thinking for a while, Ghost asked, "What is her status here?" She didn't have much contact with the merfolk, but it wasn't difficult to see that Bai Lu's status here wasn't low. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Bai Lu is the princess of this merfolk clan." Ghost was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Bai Lu's status to be so noble. On second thought, she was a princess, and she drank the golden thing, so there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, looking at Wu Zun's posture, if she didn't drink it, she most likely wouldn't be able to escape. If she was forced to drink it, then the scene wouldn't be pretty. After making up her mind, Ghost looked at Lu Yi. "Remember what you said. If I drink this, you will take me away. If you dare to tease me, I will fight you to the death." With that said, she took the shell from Lu Ye's hand and drank it all. She was smart. When she drank the golden light, She had already wrapped it with her spiritual power. Once she got out of here, she would spit it out. This little trick wasn't difficult for her. But what surprised her was that although she had used her spiritual power to envelop it, the moment the golden light entered her abdomen, the binding of her spiritual power lost its effect. Then, Ghost felt a warm current rising from her abdomen. That warm current seemed to have turned into a living thing, like an invisible little snake that quickly slithered in her body. Her face changed, and she hurriedly immersed herself in investigating. At the same time, she urged her spiritual power to suppress it, but it was completely useless. In just 2 short breaths, the invisible snake swam to her arm. A slight, tingling pain came, and then there was no more abnormality. She hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the place where the tingling pain came from, only to see that there was an additional spiral mark in that position. "What is this?" She looked up and glared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was surprised, too. The mark looked the same as the one he had left behind with the blue sea conch. The only difference was that the mark on the ghost's arm was gold, while the one he had left behind with the blue sea conch was cyan. He looked at Bai Lu in confusion, only to see Bai Lu smile and flip her arm over. On the inside of her arm, there was also a golden spiral mark. "Lu," Yi blurted out, "you can think of this mark as a symbol of you sisters becoming sworn sisters." Ghost obviously didn't believe his nonsense. She just stared at Bai Lu, wanting her to give an explanation. Bai Lu flipped her palm, and a short, spear-like weapon appeared in her hand. Before Lu Yi could react, she suddenly turned the spearhead and stabbed herself in the abdomen. Although this kind of weapon forged by the Merfolk clan did not have any restrictions, it was extremely sharp. Even if Bai Lu had the strength of a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator and her body was not ordinary, this spear still directly pierced through her lower abdomen without using spiritual power to protect her body. Blood splashed out, but she didn't even frown. Only a trace of pain flashed through her eyes. Lu Yi was shocked, completely unaware of what she was doing. But something even more surprising happened. As Bai Lu stabbed with the spear, she didn't cry out, but Ghost next to her screamed. She reached out to cover her abdomen, as if she had suffered a heavy blow, and her body instinctively retreated. Lu Yi could clearly see that the place she was covering was exactly the same as the place where Bai Lu had stabbed her. Blood was flowing out from between her fingers. Bai Lu pulled out the short spear and slashed her arm with lightning speed. A bloody wound immediately appeared on her fair arm. At the same time, Ghost, who clearly didn't suffer any attack, had the exact same injury on the same part of her body. Bai Lu said, "Tell her that no matter how far apart we are from each other in the future, we will be closely connected. She will suffer the same injuries that I suffer. If I die, she won't be able to live either." Lu Yi looked at Bai Lu with a grave expression. "There's no need for that." If he had known that Bai Lu was going to use such a method, he wouldn't have agreed. But before Bai Lu used this method, she didn't explain it to him at all. Lu Yi thought that the Merfolk clan had some special secret technique. But now it seemed that it wasn't the Merfolk clan's secret technique, but the effect of the 2 golden conches. The 2 golden conches were wonderful things brought out by a pair of twins on the Merfolk clan's side from the Tian Luo Palace Hall. The Merfolk clan had obviously seen through their effects long ago, but they had never had a chance to use them, because this kind of thing, which was closely connected to each other's lives, didn't have much use in itself. This time, after seeing Lu Ye's dilemma, Bai Lu decisively used it. Before using it, she deliberately didn't explain the situation to Lu Yi because she knew that once she did, Lu Yi would definitely not agree. It was better to act first and report later. Feeling Lu Ye's heavy mood, Bai Lu smiled slightly. "It's okay as long as it can help you." "Can it be removed?" Lu Yi asked. If it couldn't be removed, then Bai Lu's life would really be tied to ghosts in the future. Bai Lu wouldn't encounter too much danger in the Merfolk clan's territory, but Ghost was wandering outside and encountered a lot of danger. When the time came, it would inevitably implicate Bai Lu. Maybe one day Bai Lu would suffer an unexpected disaster. Yes, as long as both sides agree, the mark can be removed. But before she is obedient, I think it's best not to remove it. When the two were talking, Ghost also faintly realized the mystery of the mark, but she wasn't sure. She could only ask, "Fe Wuzuin, what the hell is going on?" Lu Yi looked at her and told her what Bai Lu had just said. Ghost was completely stunned. She had thought that he was going to become sworn brothers with her. Who would have thought that her life would be tied to his? He was right. This time, they were really going to live and die together. She was annoyed for a moment. "Fe Wuzuin, is this how you treat me? You're too despicable. So you'd better be obedient." Ghost was so angry that her nose was crooked. She wanted to curse, but on second thought, she thought of something and suddenly laughed. She's the Merfolk clan's princess. Her status is noble. I don't believe that she will die together with me, just to kill me. I, Ghost, have a worthless life. Now that someone is willing to live and die with me, it's still a gain for me. And since she can control my life and death, it seems like I can control her life and death as well. With that said, she raised her hand and summoned a dagger. Lu Yi found it familiar. It was the dagger she had pulled out from the skeleton general's eye socket. Ghost's eyes were filled with eagerness as she threatened Lu Yi. "Hurry up and take me out, or I won't be polite." Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed down on the hilt of the mountain pan saber. Ghost was also decisive. The dagger directly slashed across her arm, immediately leaving a wound. As expected, a similar wound appeared on Bai Lu's arm. Blood flowed freely. Lu Yi frowned. The effects of the two golden conches were too strange. He couldn't feel any mysterious energy, fluctuations at all. But whether it was Bai Lu or Ghost, as long as one of them was injured, the other would definitely suffer the same injury. Bai Lu clearly saw through Ghost's plan. She lowered her head and looked at the wound on her arm. She didn't move at all. She only raised her head and smiled at Ghost. This smile made Ghost feel inexplicably creeped out. Then, she saw Bai Lu slowly raise the short spear and aim the tip of the spear at her own chest. "What are you doing?" Ghost panicked. Bai Lu's expression didn't change. She was still smiling. The dagger in her hand slowly pierced her chest. Blood flowed out, dyeing the shell red. The dagger was slowly but surely piercing toward the depths of her heart. This time, not only did Ghost panic, but even Lu Ye's expression changed. "Don't!" Ghost screamed and hurriedly rushed over. She grabbed the dagger in Bai Lu's hand and shook her head at her pleadingly. Although this kind of injury wasn't fatal for a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator, it would definitely greatly damage her vitality. Ghost had never expected that the mermaid princess, who looked so charming, would be so ruthless in her actions. Bai Lu's hand stopped moving. She raised a finger and tapped it on Ghost's forehead. The ethereal song of enlightenment rang out. Then Bai Lu's divine sense surged. Lu Yi didn't know what she said to Ghost, but Ghost's expression began to soften. She nodded repeatedly and even revealed a look of pleasant surprise. A moment later, the two women began to heal their wounds. Their injuries looked terrible, but they knew when to stop. For late-stage Constellation Realm cultivators like them, these were only superficial wounds that could be easily healed. Ghost had completely calmed down. Lu Yi could even see that she was faintly looking forward to something, but he didn't know what she was looking forward to. Curious, he asked Bai Lu, "What did you say to her just now?" Lu Yi had a rough idea of Ghost's temperament. She was the kind of person who wouldn't budge even if she was led along. He just didn't know what method Bai Lu had used to appease her. "I told her that the secret technique's effect isn't just to let us live and die together. If we cultivate together, the efficiency of our cultivation will also be greatly increased." "You lied to her?" Lu Yi asked. Bai Lu laughed. "No, it's true." "Then she's profited." Although sharing life and death together was indeed a constraint, if it could greatly increase the efficiency of their cultivation, It wasn't unacceptable. Lu Yi even suspected that if he had told Ghost about this from the beginning, she might not have refused. Ghost's matter could be considered resolved. With Bai Lu here to constrain her, she probably knew what to say and what not to say after leaving this place. Lu Yi said to Bai Lu with a straight face, "If you make similar decisions in the future, you'll have to discuss it with me first." Bai Lu had acted arbitrarily today, undoubtedly knowing that he wouldn't agree. Although the result was quite good, Lu Yi didn't want something similar to happen again. End of chapter. Chapter 1484. Got it. Bai Lu nodded obediently and stuck out her tongue playfully at Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked helpless. He turned to Ghost and said, "Hurry up and finish inscribing your ghostly tattoo." Ghost felt wronged. Why are you being so mean? Why are you being so mean to the mermaid princess? Ghost continued inscribing her ghostly tattoo while Lu Yi waited quietly. The mysterious power of the two golden conches reminded him of the life origin technique. Speaking of which, after he formed the life origin technique with Hoopa, he and Hoopa were in a state of life and death. The effect was very similar to Bai Lu and Ghost's state. However, there was a difference. The life origin technique simply made Hoopa's life depend on his safety. In other words, if he died, Hoopa would die with him. However, if Hoopa died, he wouldn't suffer any harm. From this point of view, the life origin technique was more effective than the two golden conches. The other difference was that their injuries wouldn't be synchronized. Lu Yi had long thought of dispelling the life origin technique. As his cultivation increased, the enemies he encountered would become stronger and stronger. No one knew what kind of danger he would encounter in the future. If he caused Hoopa to die with him, then he wouldn't be able to live either. However, he obtained the life origin technique from the realm of beasts. It was easy to form it, but dispelling it wasn't so easy. The life origin technique manifested on his chest. There was a complicated pattern that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It was clearly something like a spiritual tattoo. Lu Yi felt that he should be able to use the talent tree to deduce the mysteries of this spiritual tattoo and find a way to dispel it. With that thought, he made up his mind. After he finished deducing the aura concealing spiritual tattoo, he would start deducing the life origin technique's spiritual tattoo. A moment later, Ghost finished inscribing the ghostly tattoo and returned the jade tablet to him. Lu Yi took it and inspected it. He asked casually, "You didn't miss anything or intentionally miss anything, right?" Ghost glared at him hatefully. "Do you want me to take off my clothes for you to inspect?" Lu Yi looked up at her. "If you're willing, don't even think about it." Ghost huffed. "I fulfilled my promise. When are you going to take me away from here?" Although she really wanted to try cultivating with Bai Lu and see how much more efficient it would be, there was no rush. There would be opportunities in the future. "I'll come pick you up in a few days." Lu Yi put away the jade tablet. The door of the Azure Sea Snail had long been closed. He had to return to the unparalleled island from the Constellation Hall. He could only come back in 7 days to bring Spectre back. After instructing Bai Lu to keep an eye on Ghost, Lu Yi left the merfolk's territory. Just like the previous time, Zhang Xian borrowed a seahorse star beast and rushed toward the Constellation Hall. Lu Yi found that as long as his luck wasn't particularly bad, he wouldn't encounter any moon jade star beasts. Furthermore, the seahorses were very fast in the 10,000 elephant sea. Even if they encountered one, they would have a chance of escaping. Lu Yi allowed the seahorse to return on its own, then pushed open the door to the Constellation Palace and returned to Matchless Island through the door that had always been open. Instead of returning to his cave, Lu Yi went to the Island of Versatility. He had lost the starboat he bought last time. He had to buy another one. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to travel. Lu Yi only spent 20 to 30,000 spirit jades on the lost starboat, so he didn't feel the pinch. In the past, he didn't have many spirit jades on hand, so he could only buy whatever was cheap. Now that he was rich, He naturally wanted to buy something better and more expensive. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't handle a battleship alone, Lu Yi would have bought a battleship. After contacting Chaoxiang in advance, Lu Yi received a warm reception. He spent a total of 300,000 spirit jades to buy a high-quality star boat. Lu Yi drove the star boat straight to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Lu Yi was very satisfied with the star boat's various functions. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. This star boat was several times better than his previous one, be it in terms of control or comfort. It was also faster. It wasn't that his previous star boat couldn't fly at such a fast speed. It could also fly at such a fast speed. However, if there was an unbreakable obstacle in front of him, he wouldn't be able to dodge it in time. When that happened, he would crash into it, and the boat would be destroyed and the passengers would be injured. However, the star boat was different. Even if it flew at a faster speed, if there was an unbreakable obstacle in front of him, the array would be able to warn him in time, allowing the cultivator to dodge it with ease. Moreover, if his previous star boat crashed into some small meteorites, there would be a very obvious tremor. However, the star boat didn't feel anything at all. It was undoubtedly more durable. Lu Yi wanted to go to the mermaid clan's territory to pick up Ghost. Naturally, he couldn't set off from the Matchless Island. Otherwise, when Ghost appeared in the cave on the Matchless Island, she would immediately know that F.A. Wuzuan was Li Taibai. Therefore, he could only find a remote location and pick her up before making further plans. Lu Yi wouldn't set her free for the time being. As for how to settle her down, he already had a plan in mind. After 2 or 3 days, he found a desolate star and landed on it. Then he found a secluded place and waited. While waiting, Lu Yi took out the ghost pattern jade plate that Ghost Spirit had inscribed. As he studied it, he activated the power of the talent tree and began to derive new spirit patterns based on the original aura concealing spirit pattern. A few days later, when the azure sea snail could be used, Lu Yi took it out and blew it, opening the door to the heavenly sea snail palace. Because he had warned them before he left last time, Lu Yi saw Bai Lu and Ghost waiting for him as soon as he appeared. Bai Lu nodded at Lu Yi with a smile. Then, she nudged Ghost beside her. Ghost walked forward reluctantly and came to Lu Ye's side. She said, F.A. Wuzuan, I want to stay here for a while longer. What for? Lu Yi frowned. Previously, this girl was so desperate to leave. Why did she change her mind after not seeing her for a few days? Cultivate. It's very efficient to cultivate with Bai Lu. Besides, we don't have to worry about resources here. I think I'll be able to advance to you, Yao, after a while. Ghost said excitedly. Bai Lu had told her that if they cultivated together, their efficiency would be greatly improved. She already had some expectations, but who knew that when she really started cultivating, she would discover that the improvement was beyond her imagination. What attracted her more than the increase in cultivation efficiency was that she didn't have to worry about not having enough spirit jades here. She had seen the spirit jade vein in the merfolk's territory with her own eyes. At that time, her eyes had lit up. If Bai Lu hadn't held her back, she probably would have rushed down to fill her storage ring. For a poor person like her to come to this place was like a sex fiend entering a brothel, the kind that could be bought for free. She suddenly realized that this was a really good place. It was so good that she didn't want to leave. If Bai Lu hadn't reminded her today, she would have forgotten that Lu Yi was coming to pick her up. This trip was a blessing in disguise. She had long forgotten all the unpleasant things that had happened before. I want to cultivate here for another half a year. Come pick me up after half a year. At that time, before Ghost could finish speaking, Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed her by the neck. Then he threw her into the door. I'm leaving first. I'll come again next time. Lu Yi waved at Bai Lu, then turned and entered the door. I'll kill you. Ghost had just steadied herself when she pounced on Lu Yi with bared fangs and brandished claws. She looked like she wanted to tear Lu Yi apart. F.A. Wuzuan was really too infuriating. She had wanted to leave before, but Fa Wuzuin wouldn't take her with him. Now that she wanted to stay, Fa Wuzuin threw her out. Ghost had never been so wronged in her life. A moment later, Ghost, who had been punched by Lu Yi after exchanging a few blows with him, hugged her head with both hands and calmed down. She was weaker than him, so there was nothing she could do. She swore to herself that when she became a Yu Yao, she would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Give me your star map. Lu Yi stretched out a hand to her. What for? Ghost looked at him warily. Cut the crap. Lu Ye's gaze turned cold. Spectre reluctantly took out her star chart, and Lu Yi did something to it before tossing it back to her. There is a matchless island on the Vientiane Sea. Go there. Although Ghost wouldn't say anything she shouldn't say with Bai Lu around, Lu Yi wasn't going to let her out of his sight for the time being. Moreover, the matchless island was really short on manpower. If Ghost went there, she would be of some help. Huh. Ghost sneered. She raised her head slightly and pointed her chin at Lu Yi. Beg me. See if I'll go if you beg me, Lu Yi said unhurriedly. I'm the only one who can take you to the mermaid territory. The sneer on Ghost's face stiffened. She was annoyed for a moment. After a moment of silence, she said, What's so special about the matchless island that you're interested in? You don't have to worry about it. Just go there. They're short on manpower now. If you accept their invitation, it won't be difficult for you to enter. Give me a deadline. You can't make me stay there forever, right? That depends on your performance. Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently and soared into the sky. Ghost gritted her teeth as she watched Lu Yi leave. She waved her fist in the direction Lu Yi left, as if she wanted to beat him to death. After a moment, she calmed down and took out her star map to check. Matchless Island. What bullshit is this? I've never heard of it. She had been in the 10,000 Elephant Sea for many years. She came here after she was promoted to a constellation mansion. She knew all the powerful and famous spiritual islands in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, and Unparalleled Island was not one of them. She was sure that this was a deserted island without any fame. It wasn't even marked on the star map. After some investigation, it was just as she thought. The location of the matchless island on the star map was relatively remote. It was only marked as a deserted island. She didn't want to go, but she had to go. She missed the cultivation environment of the mermaid tribe. Especially after her recent contact with Bai Lu, she learned about the existence of the celestial spiral palace. She knew that it was a secret realm where she could gain benefits. However, she needed the Mermaid Queen's permission to enter the celestial spiral palace. She had no choice but to take out her planetary boat and fly toward the Vientiane Sea. End of chapter. Chapter 1485. Following the guidance of the star chart in her hand, Ghost arrived at Peerless Island in a few days. She didn't expose herself. Instead, she hid nearby and investigated the situation. At first, she thought that this was just a nameless, deserted island that some small fry had come to occupy. Who knew that when she arrived, she would discover that something was amiss. The island was enveloped by an extremely powerful protective formation. What surprised her even more was that she wasn't the only ghost cultivator in the vicinity. She could sense that there were several ghost cultivators hiding in the dark, as if they were monitoring the situation on Peerless Island. There were even some who were brazenly observing from afar. Ghost was at a loss. Wasn't this just a deserted island? Who had nothing better to do than to set up such a large formation here? What were these people secretly spying on Peerless Island doing? Logically speaking, there were many deserted islands like this on the myriad manifestation sea. They were all worthless. Normally, no one would occupy them. However, what she saw in front of her made her very confused. Now that Peerless Island was enveloped by the formation, the starry sky energy produced by reversing the seawater in the minor constellation hall was blocked. Therefore, those outside Peerless Island couldn't sense anything unusual on the island. Ghost naturally thought that Peerless Island was a deserted island. While investigating, Ghost suddenly saw a familiar figure. She finally understood why F.A. Wuzuan had asked her to come here. It was because she saw Chu Xin. She roughly knew about the relationship between Chu Xin and F.A. Wuzuan. Back then, when she had asked F.A. Wuzuan to help her enter the exclusive scene, she had asked Chu Xin to pass on a message. Upon closer inspection, Ghost realized that Chu Xin's status here wasn't low. The people on the island were very respectful to him. Since she was already here, she could only go in and take a look. She didn't know why F.A. Wuzuan had asked her to come here. However, in order to be able to go to the merfolk's territory any time in the future, she could only endure the humiliation and compromise. Everything would have to wait until she became Yu Yao. She didn't show herself. Instead, she took out a musical note and sent a message to Chu Xin. The two of them had exchanged musical note imprints back in the minor constellation hall. Chu Xin, who was talking to someone on the island, sent something. He took out a musical note and looked at it. His expression lit up. Then he quietly controlled the island's formation and opened a gap. Ghost had been waiting there for a long time. In a flash, she came in. As soon as she set foot on the matchless island, Spectre's expression changed. This was because she could feel an extremely pure and rich starry sky energy coming from this place. Suddenly, he realized that the Wushuang Island was not a deserted island, but a spiritual island. But how was this possible? If it was spiritual island, it would have been occupied by a force long ago. Why would it still be here today? When she was observing from the outside just now, although she didn't see the full picture of the people on the island, she could roughly see that there weren't many people here, and their cultivations were generally not high. Many of them were in the early stage of the constellation realm, and it seemed that Chu Xin was the leader. What right did such a force have to occupy a spiritual island? Moreover, it was a spiritual island of this level. After sensing for a while, Ghost was sure that the unparalleled island could be considered a middle-grade spiritual island based on the energy density. There were many spiritual islands on the Vientiane Sea. Some were good, some were bad. The standard to judge them was the cosmic energy on the island. Those spiritual islands that had cosmic energy but couldn't satisfy the constellation realm's cultivation were the lowest grade of low-grade spiritual islands. In the entire Vientiane Sea, there were many of such spiritual islands. Most of them were occupied by the less powerful realms. Although it couldn't satisfy the constellation realm's cultivation, if one cultivated on such spiritual islands, they could save some spiritual jades and increase the efficiency of their cultivation. Therefore, there was still some value in it, although it wasn't very valuable. Even so, low-grade spiritual islands like these were fought over by countless realms. This was because no matter how many low-grade spiritual islands there were, they couldn't outnumber the realms where the cultivators came from. Cultivators came from different galaxies and different realms. All of them needed a place to settle down. Occupying a deserted island was meaningless. If one wasn't strong enough, he could only think of occupying a low-grade spiritual island. Most of the fights between spiritual islands on the Vientiane Sea happened on low-grade spiritual islands. Above the low-grade spiritual islands were middle-grade spiritual islands like the Matchless Island. The cosmic energy on such spiritual islands could satisfy the cultivation needs of the constellation realm cultivators. In other words, one could cultivate on such a spiritual island even if they didn't have any spiritual jades. If they used spiritual jades, their cultivation efficiency would be higher. The value of such spiritual islands was undoubtedly much higher than that of low-grade spiritual islands. On the Vientiane Sea, the forces that were qualified to occupy such spiritual islands were extremely powerful. Above that were the high-grade spiritual islands. The cosmic energy on these islands was so dense that it could even satisfy Yu Yao's cultivation needs. The forces that occupied these spiritual islands were undoubtedly much stronger than those that occupied middle-grade spiritual islands. Usually, they were occupied by groups of cultivators from an entire galaxy. Basically, there wouldn't be any major conflicts between these spiritual islands. This was because once a conflict broke out, it would be a war between two galaxies. When that happened, many people would be involved and it would be difficult to resolve. In history, there was once a conflict between two high-grade spiritual islands, which led to a large-scale conflict that lasted for 10 years. In that conflict, more than 10 high-grade spiritual islands and hundreds of middle-grade and low-grade spiritual islands were involved. During that 10 years, the entire Vientiane Sea was in chaos. In the end, Nicho from the Vientiane galaxy couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to quell the conflict. This was also one of the reasons why Nicho from the outside was not allowed to stay on the Vientiane Sea for long periods of time. Without Nicho from the outside, Nicho from the local territory could still suppress some unfavorable situations. However, if every powerful galaxy had Nicho from the local territory, once a large-scale conflict broke out, Nicho from the local territory would be helpless. Above the high-grade spiritual islands, there was actually another grade, which was the highest grade of spiritual islands. This was because the cosmic energy on these spiritual islands was so dense that it could give birth to spiritual jade veins. For example, the Vientiane Island was such a top-grade spiritual island. Although Lu Yi had entered and exited the Vientiane Island many times, there was one area that he had never been to before. That was the forbidden area of the Vientiane Island, where the entrance to the spiritual jade veins was located. Yu Yao guarded that area all year round, and anyone who dared to trespass would be killed without mercy. In the entire Vientiane Sea, there weren't many top-grade spiritual islands like the Vientiane Island. There were less than 50 of them. This meant that the 50 spiritual jade veins were all occupied by the top-grade forces. Since ancient times, no one had been able to shake their position. Spiritual jade veins were extremely precious. They meant an endless supply of cultivation resources, which was what cultivators desired the most. Generally speaking, only top-grade regions could give birth to spiritual jade veins. For example, although the 9 continents had been upgraded to a large region, it would still take many years to accumulate enough resources to give birth to spiritual jade veins. Spiritual jade veins could not only produce spiritual jades, but also spiritual crystals. These were important resources for Yu Yao's cultivation. In other words, having a spiritual jade vein meant that one could nurture more powerful cultivators. The Peerless Island was far from being a top-grade spiritual island. It was at most a middle-grade spiritual island. Even so, it was enough to shock Ghost. She couldn't understand why such a spiritual island wasn't marked on the star map, and why it was occupied by Chu Xin and his people. Following Chu Shen's instructions, Ghost came to a large hall. This should be the guest hall, which was mainly used to receive guests. It was obvious that it had been built not long ago. The furnishings in the room were very new. She slowly revealed herself. Chu Shen had already walked in with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Senior Sister Ghost, why are you here?" They had met before, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other. However, Chu Shen couldn't understand why Ghost would come here. They didn't have any special relationship. Ghost thought for a moment and said, "F.A. Wuzuan asked me to come." This guy was F.A. Wuzuan's underling. Some things couldn't be hidden from him. Hence, Ghost could only tell him the truth. "My big brother asked you to come?" It was only then that Chu Shen reacted. Thinking about it, it was not strange. SBHYNX, Great Pharaoh, and Ghost were familiar with each other. Now that Peerless Island was in dire need of manpower, especially for someone as strong as Ghost, it was natural for SBHYNX, Great Pharaoh, to ask her for help. He was secretly happy. He was just worrying about where to find suitable manpower. F.A. Lao actually asked Ghost to come. She came at the right time. "Since my big brother asked you to come, Senior Sister, you can stay here. If you need anything, just let me know." Chu Shen's attitude was warm. Ghost nodded and asked, "What's up with this spiritual island?" "What do you mean?" Chu Xin didn't understand. Such a spiritual island should have been occupied by someone long ago. Why? She wanted to ask why it was his turn, but it didn't seem right. Chu Xin already understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, you don't know. This was originally a deserted island. I brought people and occupied it before it became lively." Ghost was enlightened. "I see." She was just wondering why no one would take a fancy to this spiritual island. It turned out that it was a reincarnated spiritual island. Chu Xin's luck was truly exceptional. She had naturally heard about the reincarnated spiritual islands. However, after so many years, there were countless spiritual islands in the Vientiane Sea. Only a few of them had been reincarnated as spiritual islands. Furthermore, they were all low-grade spiritual islands. However, Spectre quickly realized that something was amiss. If one were to truly be reborn from a deserted island, there would be a slow transformation process. This process would take at least a few years, or even a decade. However, Chu Xin had previously participated in the Constellation Hall tournament in Constellation Hall. Not much time had passed since the Constellation Hall tournament ended. How long had it been? When did this island become lively? Ghost asked. Chu Xin thought for a moment and said, "It happened about a month ago. When we came here, this place was desolate. There wasn't even a bit of energy left. But after a few days, it started to change. It's like this now." "More than a month." Ghost widened her eyes and looked at Chu Xin in disbelief. She almost thought that he was lying to her. End of chapter. Chapter 1486. The transformation of a deserted island was a very slow process. It was not something that could be completed in a day. A few years or more was already considered fast. In just a month, a deserted island had become a mid-tier spiritual island? Ghost could not believe it, but there was no reason for Chu Xin to lie to her about such things. Furthermore, it had not been long since the Constellation Hall ended. Even if Chu Xin had come here immediately after the Constellation Hall battle ended, it had only been 3 months. Is the energy on the island still increasing? Ghost suddenly thought of a key point. Chu Xin said, "It's increasing every day, especially after we set up the defensive array. The increase is very obvious." Ghost was shocked. "Doesn't that mean—" She did not dare to continue, but Chu Xin nodded seriously. "This is definitely not the final state of Unparalleled Island. In the future, it might become a high-tier spiritual island or even a top-tier spiritual island." Ghost could not help but be dazed. Chu Xin left. He was now the palace master of the Unparalleled Palace and the island master of the Unparalleled Island. He had to deal with all the matters on the island personally, so he was very busy. There were quite a number of residences on the island, and he got Spectre to choose a place to settle down before he went off to get busy. Ghost walked out of the guest hall and walked around Unparalleled Island. She felt the decent energy of the stars on the island, and her gloomy mood improved a lot. Originally, she was unhappy that F.A. Wuzuan had forced her to come to Unparalleled Island. If not for the chance to go to the mermaid territory in the future, she would not have cared. But now, it seemed that F.A. Wuzuan's actions only brought her benefits and no harm. As long as she was on Unparalleled Island, she could cultivate without the help of spiritual jades. Due to the uniqueness of her cultivation, she needed a lot of spirit jades. The more spirit jades she consumed, the faster her strength improved. Therefore, she had always used the little bit of spirit jades she had on hand to increase her strength, causing her to appear as a pauper. Previously, Lu Yi had only given her 300,000 spiritual jades, and she had used them all. Now she was penniless. Even her future cultivation was a problem. But if she stayed on Unparalleled Island, even without spiritual jades, she could still improve her strength. It was just that the speed would be slower. If the Peerless Island really became a top-notch spiritual island in the future, even if she became a Yu Yao, she would have a good place to cultivate. Realizing this, Her original dissatisfaction and resentment towards Fa Wuzuin instantly vanished. Ghost even wanted to thank him in person. This unparalleled island was a treasure trove. He had to gain a foothold here. This was especially true given the current situation on Peerless Island. They were currently in dire need of talents. She, Ghost, was one of the top 200 on the Constellation Hall's rankings. It wouldn't be long before she would be promoted to the same level as Yu Yao. As long as she put in a little effort, she would definitely be put in an important position. After pondering for a moment, he went to look for the busy Chu Shen and changed the way he addressed him. "Island Master, I have a friend who is homeless. May I know if you can take him in?" Chu Shen pondered for a moment and said, "Since he's senior sister's friend, there's naturally no problem. Just call him over." Previously, he had asked Lucky Star to recruit people on Zhao Lai Island because the situation had forced him to do so. Because he wanted to build a force, he couldn't rely on just a few of them. But now that Peerless Island had become a middle-grade spirit island, he didn't need to recruit people like that anymore. He only needed to say a word, and many people would take the initiative to come over. It could be said that in the past he was the one who spent spiritual jades to beg people to come over and help. But now things were different. Even if others wanted to come in, he had to see if they were sincere and whether they were strong enough. Take the Constellation Hall's early-stage cultivators who were recruited from Zhao Lai Island as an example. Originally, they didn't have much of a sense of identity with Peerless Island. They were just working for their monthly salary. But now, everyone was full of energy and enthusiasm. These people went to Zhao Lai Island because they were poor people. They didn't have much spiritual jades on hand and were willing to be recruited just for the monthly salary. Now that Peerless Island was a middle-grade spirit island, the energy on the island was enough to satisfy their cultivation needs. Where else could they find such a good deal? After getting Chu Shen's permission, Ghost sent a message out. Her eyes curved as she smiled and said to Chu Shen, "Don't worry, this friend of mine is not ordinary. Island Master, you've met him before." Chu Shen thought for a moment and immediately realized who it was. If it was that person, then he was really not ordinary. His ranking on the Constellation Hall's ranking was even higher than Ghost's. Now he had 2 more generals under his command. As expected, the pharaoh was the one who loved his people. If not for the pharaoh, why would these 2 strong cultivators come to him to seek refuge? In an instant, Chu Shen felt that Peerless Island's future was promising. Since she had decided to gain a foothold on Peerless Island, Ghost naturally had to investigate this spirit island thoroughly. The spirit island wasn't small, but under the investigation of the late Constellation Hall's experts, she finished investigating very quickly. At this moment, Ghost was floating in midair in front of a rock wall at the side of the island. She looked at a dark cave in front of her and frowned. She felt that someone had set up a restriction inside, but she didn't know who was hiding here. Her figure flashed, and she silently landed in the cave. After looking around carefully, she started trying to break the restriction in front of her. As an outstanding ghost cultivator, this kind of thing wasn't difficult for her. As she was trying to break the restriction, Ghost suddenly felt the restriction open on its own. Then she looked up and saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave, staring at her expressionlessly. The light was a little dim, so Ghost couldn't see the person's face clearly. However, the person's somewhat familiar gaze made her hair stand on end. She quickly took a step back and put on her guard. "Fa Wuzuin, what are you shouting for?" Lu Yi asked. Lu Yi had already sensed this person when he came. If Ghost was going to stay on Peerless Island in the future, they would have to meet each other. Therefore, Lu Yi had no intention of hiding and simply opened the restriction of the cave. Ghost felt that the voice wasn't right. After looking carefully, she realized that the person in front of her looked familiar and wasn't Fa Wuzuin. She was surprised. "Li Taibai, why are you here?" Lu Yi said casually, "Why can't I be here?" Ghost obviously misunderstood. She understood and said, So you're from Peerless Palace too? She walked in slowly and looked around. Then she sat cross-legged not far in front of Lu Yi and asked curiously, "Since you're from Peerless Palace, why are you staying in such a simple place?" "It's quieter here. You, on the other hand, why are you here?" Ghost said, "I'll be wherever I want to be. Why do you care?" She wouldn't say that she was forced here by Fa Wuzuin, although the result was not bad. She changed the topic. "You're at the later stage of Constellation Realm? Your cultivation progress is quite fast. It's a pity. If you were at the later stage of Constellation Realm before the Constellation Palace battle, you might be able to fight for a place in the rankings." Lu Yi said indifferently, "There are countless strong people in the rankings. I'm afraid I can't compete with them with my strength." Ghost smiled. "At least you know your place. There were many people at the later stage of Constellation Realm, but how many of them left their names on the rankings? Ordinary people at the later stage of Constellation Realm were indeed not qualified to fight for a place in the rankings." While laughing, Ghost's brows furrowed as she looked Lu Yi up and down, her face filled with bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi looked at her. Ghost was silent for a moment before she said in a low voice, "Looking at you, you look like someone else I know." Not only was her figure similar, her gaze was similar. Even her temperament was similar. She suddenly remembered that Li Tai Bai was an armament cultivator, and so was Fa Wuzuin. Ghost suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh, who's that?" Ghost stared at Lu Ye's eyes without blinking, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ye's heart. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "He's a despicable, shameless, sinister, and cunning person. He's my lifelong enemy." Lu Yi looked thoughtful. "It seems like that person is very strong." Ghost said, "He is indeed very strong, much stronger than me. But he shouldn't have offended me. What will happen to those who offend you? Huh?" Ghost sneered. "That's hard to say. But after I become Yu Yao, I'll beat him up until he kneels and calls for his mother." Lu Yi nodded. "Call me when the time comes. I'll go and watch the show. You still want to put on an act?" Ghost suddenly jumped up in anger and pointed at Lu Ye's nose. "Show your true face, Fa Wuzuin. I've already recognized you. Although your disguise is good, don't think you can fool my eyes." Lu Yi looked surprised. "Fa Wuzuin? The Fa Wuzuin who shone in the chaotic war conference? Keep pretending." Ghost sneered. Although she didn't know why Li Tai Bai's disguise as Fa Wuzuin was flawless, some things couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Lu Yi shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ghost saw that Lu Yi refused to admit it. She raised her hand and took out her musical note. "I'd like to see how long you can be so stubborn." After saying this, he found Fa Wuzuin's musical imprint and sent out a message. Then he looked at Lu Yi with an air of complacency, as if he wanted to expose his ugly face. If Li Tai Bai was really Fa Wuzuin, then he wouldn't dare to reply in front of her. In this way, she could confirm his identity. But what surprised Ghost was that after a moment, there was a reply from the musical note. She hurriedly checked and found that it was really Fa Wuzuin's reply. It was only a simple sentence. "What's the matter?" Ghost was completely dumbfounded. She had been staring at Lu Yi and didn't see any strange movements from him. It was impossible for him to secretly reply. Then what was with Fa Wuzuin's reply? He couldn't have asked someone else to help him reply. Musical notes were for everyone's own use. It was impossible for others to use them. Could it be that she was wrong? Li Tai Bai was Li Tai Bai and Fa Wuzuin was Fa Wuzuin? But how could there be two people so similar in this world? While she was lost in thought, Fa Wuzuin sent another message. Ghost could only reply, "Nothing, just checking to see if you're dead." "I think you're itching for a beating." Ghost couldn't help but twitch her eyes and quickly put away the musical note. End of chapter. Chapter 1487. Strange, it's really strange. Ghost scratched her head, a puzzled look on her face. No matter how she looked at it, Li Taibai and Fe Wuzuan were almost the same except for their different looks and voices. This was why she had made such a judgment. But reality proved that they were not the same person. Were there really two people who were so similar in this world? Is there anything else? Lu Yi looked at her. Ghost shook her head. She didn't have anything special to ask. She was just curious about who had set up the restriction here. Lu Yi raised his hand and gestured for her to go ahead. Ghost curled her lips and turned around to leave. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly recalled something. She turned around and said, "Oh, right, I've also called Parker over. He's quite pitiful. He couldn't return home all these years and has been wandering around. The Matchless Island is not bad. If he can stay here, he'll have a home in this vast 10,000 elephant sea." After Ghost finished speaking, she left. Lu Yi was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ghost to call Puku. Lu Yi had thought about calling Puku over to Matchless Island. Matchless Island was short of people, and Puku was quite strong. If he could come to Matchless Island, he would definitely strengthen the foundation of Matchless Island. However, his identity here was a little special, so it was not convenient for him to do so. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if Puku would be willing to come. Puku and Chushin could be considered as his only two good friends in the Wanxian Galaxy. However, Lu Yi wasn't very clear about Puku's background. He could only confirm that this guy had an extraordinary background based on their past interactions. It was impossible for someone with an extraordinary background like him to not have a place to stay in the Wanxiang Sea. They usually belonged to some force, but Puku had always been alone, which was strange. Now, there was no need to worry about it. Ghost had called Puku. If Puku was willing to come, it would be best. If not, Lu Yi didn't need to make any unnecessary attempts. On another deserted island, less than half a day's journey from Matchless Island, Lu Ye's doppelganger was sitting upright. After instructing Ghost to go to Matchless Island, Lu Yi expected that Ghost would have doubts about his identity. So he had his doppelganger hold Fe Wuzuan's musical note and wait here. Sure enough, Ghost wanted to use the musical note to determine that Lu Yi was Fe Wuzuan. It was true that other people wouldn't be able to use the musical notes, but the doppelganger could use them. This way, Spectre's doubts could be dispelled. In the cave, not long after Ghost left, Chushin came again and told Lu Yi some bad news. "Senior brother, our Matchless Island might be attacked." As expected, Lu Yi nodded. Translator's note. Even to persons' names. Calm. Calm. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. When a force was not strong enough to occupy a spiritual island, it was natural for others to want to snatch it away. Especially recently, several forces had sent people to investigate the situation on Wushuang Island, both openly and secretly. Obviously, they were trying to find out the truth. He had brought Tang Jun here long ago to prepare for this moment. With Yu Yao around, the spiritual island's ability to protect itself was completely different from without Yu Yao. "What are you going to do?" Lu Yi asked. "Of course, I'm going to guard the island. I'll kill whoever dares to snatch it." Chu Shen's expression was cold. He wanted to do something. The Matchless Island could be said to be his best chance. Naturally, he would not let it go easily. But it seems like you can't make use of the power from Che-Ling boundary. Chu Shen said it doesn't matter. Right now, we can't hide the fact that the Peerless Island is reviving. However, those slightly more powerful forces all want to save face. Previously, there were some forces who sent people to contact me, wanting to recruit us, but I rejected them all. Therefore, these forces won't make a move casually. Right now, those who can't wait to make a move on the Peerless Island are all unrated forces. These forces did not have a suitable base in the Vientiane Sea. Seeing that the Matchless Island was being revived, they were naturally tempted. They were like hungry dogs fighting for food. Even if it was a bone without any meat, it would still be tempting. Hence, even if a force were to attack the Matchless Island, their overall ability would not be too strong. This was also the reason why Chu Xin decided to guard the island. If some forces were to attack the Matchless Island, Matchless Palace would not be able to defend the island with their current ability. Another point was that the forces might not be unaware of Chu Xin's background. It was not worth it to offend an expert like Zhu Yan for the sake of a spiritual island. Only those mediocre forces who were not aware of Chu Xin's identity would have thoughts that they should not have. It's no secret that Tang Jun is on the Matchless Island. If they dare to make a move, they definitely have the ability to suppress Tang Jun. It's better to be careful. Chu Shen said, I know. However, my mother told me before that among the forces on the Vientiane Sea, other than some of the major forces, there are very few Yu Yao late-stage experts. This is because those who have cultivated to the late stage of Yu Yao are all focused on studying how to break through to the Rizhao stage. How would they have the time to guard the Vientiane Sea? Hence, most of the Yu Yao in the Vientiane Sea are either early or middle stage experts. Elder Tang Jun has the cultivation of a middle stage Yu Yao. If they want to suppress him, they will have to send out 1 or 2 early stage Yu Yao. This way, the pressure we have to face will be much less. Lu Yi nodded. Since you have a plan, then go ahead and do it. However, don't force yourself. If the disparity in strength is too great, it's fine to give up the Matchless Island. Without the Matchless Island, he could build another spiritual island. He would just have to start from scratch. I know. However, senior brother, I would like to ask for some support from you. Lu Yi did not say anything. He silently took out some formation plates and handed them to Chu Xin. Chu Xin received them happily. Thank you, big brother. This guy did not even bother to hide anymore. 2 days later, Pu Kuo, who had received Ghost's invitation, rushed to the Matchless Island. Ghost's message was vague. It was not until Pu Kuo entered the Matchless Island that he realized how extraordinary it was. When he heard that this spiritual island was just a deserted island 2 months ago, he was even more shocked. Realizing the huge potential of the unparalleled island in the future, Pu Kuo decided to stay. To him, an ordinary spiritual island wouldn't be able to attract him. However, the unparalleled island was different. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this spiritual island would be like in the future. Of course, there was another reason. This place was not far from the fishing island. When the fishing season was over and Bai Ling returned, it would be very convenient for him to go fishing again. When he found out that Li Tai Bai was here, he happily came to visit. In the cave, Lu Yi received him warmly. After chatting for a while, Ghost came over to join in the fun. She was overjoyed when she talked about how she had mistakenly thought that Li Tai Bai was F.A. Wuzuan. While the 3 of them were chatting, a sudden buzzing sound came from outside. The loud sound reverberated throughout the Matchless Island, causing their eardrums to tremble. The 3 of them looked at each other and dashed out of the cave. When they looked up, they saw a group of people standing in the air outside the protective formation of the Matchless Island. There were at least 100 of them. They were led by a man and a woman. Both of them had the cultivation of Yu Yao. The man, in particular, was in the mid-stage Yu Yao. At that moment, he had his hands behind his back and was looking down coldly. On the Matchless Island, a group of Matchless Palace cultivators rushed out after the commotion. They gathered together and looked at the newcomers nervously. Chu Xin stood at the front of the group. Behind him was Tang Jun, who had his eyes lowered and his hands hidden in his sleeves. In terms of formation, the Matchless Palace was undoubtedly at a great disadvantage. Not only was there a huge difference in numbers, but their overall strength was also incomparable. The other side had 2 Yu Yao cultivators, while the Matchless Palace only had 1. The other side had close to 100 Lunar Mansion cultivators. Almost 10 of them were in the late stage, and half of them were in the mid stage. On the other hand, the Matchless Palace had more than 20 people, and all of them were in the early stage. 2 days ago, Chu Shen had told Lu Yi that the Matchless Island was likely to be attacked, so he was not surprised to see this scene. Those who had set their sights on the Matchless Island now would not be too strong. If they could not even handle such a small situation, how could the Matchless Island establish itself on the Vientiane Sea in the future? He stood at the front of the group and shouted in an imposing manner, "Who are you?" The mid-stage Yu Yao cultivator leading the group said slowly, "Carp Islands, Nanxingjin." Chu Shen looked carefree and did not show any mercy with his words. "What bullshit, Carp Island? I've never heard of it. Why are you here? Why have you triggered the protective formation of the Matchless Island?" Since they knew that they were not here with good intentions, there was no need to be polite. Moreover, they triggered the formation as soon as they arrived. That was how the loud noise was caused. They were indeed arrogant. Nan Xingjin did not mind and said indifferently, "Of course, we are here for important matters. I wonder who is in charge of your island. Please come forward to discuss." Although he said that his eyes were fixed on Tang Jun, he probably thought that Tang Jun was the one in charge of the Matchless Island. This was an indisputable judgment. Among this group of lunar mansions, there was only one Yu Yao. Naturally, Yu Yao would be in charge. Chu Shen shouted, "Old man, I think your eyes are blurry. I am talking to you, and you are asking who is in charge. I am the island master of the Matchless Island, the palace master of the Matchless Palace." Nan Xingjin frowned, obviously surprised. He turned to look at one of the lunar mansions at the side and transmitted his voice to ask something. The lunar mansions replied. Nan Xingjin nodded slightly, as if confirming Chu Shen's identity. He then looked at Chu Shen and said, "Since you are the island master of the Matchless Island, I will get straight to the point. The Carp Island has taken a liking to this spiritual island and intends to take over it." Chapter 1488. Haha. Chu Shen chuckled. "Old man, you're being unreasonable. Why should I give up my treasures just because you've taken a fancy to me? I've even taken a fancy to your wife. Are you going to give up your treasures or not?" Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the newly recruited constellations. They felt that their palace lord was truly audacious. He actually dared to speak to a mid-stage Yu Yao in such a manner. Little did they know that Chu Shen was of noble birth, and his mother was a sunshine expert. Yu Yao had seen countless sunshine experts, so she wasn't too afraid of Yu Yao. If Nan Xingjin was like this, he really wouldn't be able to put on airs in front of him. Behind Chu Shen, the woman named Han Xiai frowned. She couldn't help but glance at Chu Shen, as if she couldn't understand how this brat could even say such shameless words. Even if the other party didn't come with good intentions, there were some things that could be said and some things that couldn't be said in a battle between cultivators. Many tragedies were caused by careless talk. "Impudent!" Nan Xingjin shouted. The woman beside him also glared at Chu Shen with a cold gaze. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Impudent, your mother!" Chu Shen didn't have the bearing of a palace lord at all. He stomped his foot and scolded, "If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. Stop being so pretentious and annoying." Nan Xingjin nodded slightly. He didn't want to waste any more words with Chu Shen. Instead, he looked at the constellations behind Chu Shen and said, "Do you all want to be buried together with this ignorant junior? If anyone is willing to leave now, this old man can spare his life." Attacking the enemy's mind was the key. Nan Xingjin was old and experienced, so he naturally understood this principle. Even if his side was far stronger than the Peerless Island, one side was attacking while the other was defending. If he could divide the other side's strength with words, he could also reduce some unnecessary resistance, especially when he knew that the unparalleled palace had just been established not long ago. These constellations were all recruited from the recruitment island and had no loyalty to speak of. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Shen opened his mouth and said, Everyone, although this old man is a little ugly, what he said is right. If anyone wants to leave now, this island master can open the array and let them leave. Of course, if you are willing to stay and work together with me, that would be the best. However, if you are willing to stay but still try to be sneaky or even secretly do something disagreeable, then don't blame this palace master for being impolite. Whatever you choose, I, Chu Xin, will not force you. His words surprised Nan Xingjin quite a bit. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen anything like this. Now was the time to gather people's hearts. Even if they had to offer generous conditions, they had to move people and make them stay and work hard. Why would they take the initiative to let people go? As expected, he was still young and naive. Indeed, there were people who were hesitating. On the surface, the difference in their strength was too big. Even if they were in a defensive position, it would be difficult for them to win this battle. Once they lost, the defensive array would be broken and their fate would be worrying. Hence, after a moment of hesitation, someone looked ashamed and cupped his fists towards Chu Xin. "I'm sorry, Palace Master." Chu Shen was not disappointed and only nodded slightly. It's human nature. "Brother, you don't have to take it to heart." He raised his hand and pointed. "Which direction do you want to go? I will open the array and let you leave." That person hurriedly rushed towards the direction Chu Xin pointed. A few people cupped their fists and bowed, following closely behind that person. Seeing this, Nan Xingjin struck while the iron was hot. "I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you insist on stubbornly resisting, when the island is broken, it will be the day of your death." Once this was said, a few more people left. Chu Xin was expressionless. After those people reached the designated location, he opened a gap in the array and let them leave the unparalleled island. "Is there anyone else who wants to leave?" he asked. From Zhao Lai Island, he had recruited more than 20 constellations. Now, there were only 7 left. It could be said that more than half of them had left. No one moved. Chu Xin found it strange, because he clearly felt that among the people who stayed, everyone was nervous and looked very scared. Yet they did not move. "Why aren't you leaving?" He looked at the remaining people in confusion. Someone's expression stiffened and said, "Palace Master, where can we go if we leave? Are we still going to Zhao Lai Island to work and live a life of hunger and hunger? I've had enough of those days. Rather than going to Zhao Lai Island, I might as well stay and fight." Chu Xin laughed. "Aren't you afraid that they will kill you when the island is broken?" "I am." That person wiped the cold sweat on his face. "But so what if I am afraid? The path of cultivation is full of obstacles. Where is there no danger? Furthermore, Palace Master, you look like you are unmoving like a mountain. It seems like you have other plans." "Palace Master, our cultivation is similar. If you are not afraid, then I can only not be afraid. Is that what all of you think?" Chu Xin looked at the others. Everyone nodded. Someone even asked, "Palace Master, do we still have powerful reinforcements hiding in the dark?" Otherwise, how could Chu Xin be so calm? Chu Xin did not deny it. He laughed loudly. "Very good. From now on, all of you will be my, Chu Xin's, sworn brothers. In the future, as long as you have a piece of spirit jade from me, Chu Xin, I will not let you suffer." He suddenly turned to look at the woman called Han Xiai. "You want to stay too?" "Is there a problem?" Han Xiai asked back. "No problem." Chu Xin smiled brightly. Those early constellations were willing to stay because they guessed that he had some plans. Hence, they decided to take a gamble. He did not understand what this Han Xiai was thinking, but to him, this was a good thing. Han Xiai was a late-stage constellation cultivator. She was not weak. She could increase their strength if she stayed. The world is full of fools. There is a way to live, but you don't want to take it. Since that is the case, this old man will satisfy you." Nan Xingjin snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the many constellations behind him scattered. In an instant, the spiritual power in the air became chaotic. Multicolored rays of light started to bloom, fiercely crashing down on the protective formation. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The entire supreme parallel island was shaking, and ripples appeared on the protective formation's light screen. How lively! On one side of the supreme parallel island, Puka took a swig of wine from his wine gourd. I didn't expect to see such a lively scene as soon as I arrived. Yu Ling sneered. You should still be able to make it if you leave now. This spiritual island is not bad. I plan to stay here for a while. Puka put away his wine gourd. However, if Island Master does not have any other plans, then we might have to go and fight Yu Yao. As he spoke, he looked at the woman at the early stage of Yu Yao. The other side had 2 Yu Yao, while they only had 1. Tang Jun could restrain Nan Xingjin, but the woman Yu Yao was out of his league. If she really attacked without restraint, no matter how strong the protective formation of the supreme parallel island was, it would still be broken. I remember that dried skeleton general. Ling Yun's expression was bitter. That guy was not the real Yu Yao, but he almost wiped us out. This woman is the real Yu Yao. We're no match for her. Besides, she glanced at Lu Yi. He is not a Fa Wuzuan. Puka nodded. You're right. However, this place is not the tomb. There is more space to move around. Have you decided? Ling Yun asked. I have no choice, but you still have a choice. She had been brought here by Fa Wuzuan. Fa Wuzuan was Chu Xin's big brother. If she did not do her best to protect the island, Fa Wuzuan would definitely not let her go. Puka smiled. When have you ever seen me indecisive? Lu Yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly flipped his hand. An item appeared in his palm. Who will take the lead? The 2 of them immediately looked over. Ling Yun was stunned. Why do you have this? It was a twin chi-linked branch array disc. The island master gave it to me. Lu Yi blurted out. Ling Yun and Puka did not doubt him. With Chu Shen's relationship with Fa Wuzuan, obtaining a few formation discs from Fa Wuzuan was no big deal. Then this is a good idea. Ling Yun nodded slightly. Initially, she had thought that even if the 3 of them worked together, they would still be no match for Yu Yao. At most, they would only be able to hold her back for a while. Moreover, there was still a huge risk involved. However, if they had the help of a formation disc, they might be able to put up a fight. I am a ghost cultivator. I am not suitable. Puka also said, You are a weapon cultivator. You will take the lead. This was Lu Ye's original plan, so he naturally had no objections. Although the battle against the dried skeleton general had been very difficult, he had been using the Crimson Dragon Saber at the time, which had affected his strength slightly. Moreover, his cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the constellation realm. Now that his strength had increased, with the 3 of them in a formation, dealing with an early stage Yu Yao might not be a problem. However, that woman seemed to be a Dharma cultivator. Therefore, they had to be on guard against her having any strange secret arts or Dharma treasures. The spiritual island buzzed incessantly. Nan Xingjin revealed a shocked expression. It was only now that he realized that the defensive formation of Peerless Island was a little unusual. He had thought that such a defensive formation could be easily broken. Who knew that the level of the formation was so high and its defenses so strong? To set up such a large formation, the cost would not be small. What kind of background did the people of Peerless Palace have? What he did not know was that Chu Xin had taken 5 million spirit jades from Lu Yi. A total of 4 million spirit jades had been invested in setting up the formation, leaving only 1 million spirit jades as backup. How could such a large formation not be strong? It could be said that Peerless Island's current formation was made entirely out of spirit jades. Moreover, the island's cosmic energy was abundant. If it was set up a little longer and the formation absorbed enough cosmic energy, its defensive power would definitely become even stronger. The current formation of Peerless Island, in terms of level and scale, might not be as good as the high-class spiritual islands occupied by some big factions. However, it was definitely far ahead of the low-class spiritual islands. The only shortcoming was that the formation had been set up for too short a time, and the energy stored was not enough. Nan Xingjin obviously knew about this, so he concluded that the formation would not be able to last for too long. As long as they continued to attack, the formation would be broken sooner or later. Amidst the buzzing, Chu Shen called out to the people who stayed behind and did a head count. Including Little Dumb, Crooked Tooth, and the others, there were a total of 13 people at the early stage of the constellation realm. With a flip of his hand, he took out a few formation discs and distributed them. It's not enough to just take a beating and not fight back. Everyone, find the core of the formation and counterattack however you want. The group's eyes lit up. After receiving the formation discs, they immediately split up and took action. End of chapter. Chapter 1489. Although formations had the ability to maintain themselves before the energy reserves were exhausted, they still needed to be controlled by cultivators in order to maximize the formation's power. To put it simply, the protective formation of Peerless Island had stored up some energy, but when it was defending against the attacks of the enemy, this energy was constantly being depleted. Once the energy was depleted, the protective formation would no longer be able to maintain itself. There was only one way to maintain it, which was to artificially control the formation and inject the cultivator's spirit power into the formation's core, or find a way to stimulate the power of spirit jades to replenish the formation. But no matter what, manpower was needed. And Peerless Island's biggest problem was the lack of manpower. Therefore, Chu Shen didn't even think about defending because, in this situation, only defending was useless. Only by counterattacking would they have a glimmer of hope. A qualified formation not only needed to have the ability to defend, but also the ability to counterattack. Of the 4 million spirit jades Chu Shen spent, half of it was used to set up the formation's defense, and the other half was used to deploy some offensive spirit treasures. Each of those spirit treasures was a weapon used to attack cities and strongholds. They were completely different from the spirit treasures cultivators normally used. These spirit treasures were expensive and difficult to control. It was difficult for a single cultivator to activate them, even if they were at the late stage of the constellation realm. These things were often equipped on starships in the starry sky. However, at this moment, the many early-stage constellation realm cultivators on Peerless Island borrowed the power of the formation disk to connect their chi. They could freely borrow each other's power and easily combine the power of several people into one. In this way, the siege weapons placed at various points of the formation could be activated. Including Chu Shen, the 14 early-stage constellation realm cultivators were divided into 3 teams and arrived at the 3 formation cores of the offensive formation. Seeing this, Nan Xingjin quickly transmitted his voice, "Be careful!" He himself wasn't afraid of Peerless Island's counterattack. After all, his strength was there. However, the hundreds of constellation realm cultivators he brought might not be able to resist. If they couldn't dodge in time, it was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties. The Koi Island he belonged to wasn't a very strong force. This time, in order to capture Peerless Island, they almost went all out. Once there were casualties, it would be an irreparable loss. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound was heard from within the Wushuang Island. Soon after, a light pillar suddenly shot out from a certain part of the island, heading straight for the densest part of the crowd. Nan Xingjin's face turned cold because he realized that this attack was incomparably ferocious. It far exceeded his expectations. The protective array protected the outside, but not the inside. When these people attacked from the outside, all their attacks were blocked by the protective array's light screen. However, the attacks from the inside of the island were not affected at all. They went straight through the protective array's light screen. His speed was as fast as lightning. Although a portion of the cultivators reacted quickly and dodged, there were still a portion of them who failed to react in time. The southern true traveler's figure flashed and appeared in front of these people. He raised his hand and grabbed the violent light beam in his palm. This power, which was enough to shake Yu Yao, only caused his body to tremble slightly before he returned to normal. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another fierce power erupted from another array core on Peerless Island. A pitch-black light passed through the protective array's protective array and suddenly twisted, transforming into the shape of a fierce tiger. It roared ferociously and pounced in another direction. Nan Xingjin didn't have enough time to stop it. Fortunately, there was another woman, Yu Yao. She summoned a protective magic weapon and blocked this attack. Then came the third attack. Chu Xin and the others were divided into 3 small teams. Even so, they could only activate the power of the 3 spirit artifacts placed in the offensive array. This third attack was slightly different from the previous 2. The attack had clearly been launched, yet no one was able to see it. Only an enormous bang resounded before someone fell down dizzily, and it seemed as if he was about to fall into the myriad sea. If that happened, then he would definitely die. Fortunately, there were many people from Koi Island this time. His companions nearby noticed in time and hurriedly came to his rescue, saving him from disaster. A sound attack. The southern true traveler's expression changed again as he stared at the source of the third attack. It was the location of Chu Xin's team. He really couldn't understand. This Peerless Island didn't look strong. So how could it have such a strange treasure? This kind of spirit artifact was worth at least 100,000 spirit jades. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be bought with money. What he didn't know was that Chu Xin had many treasures on him. Although not all of them were suitable to act as array cores, there were always 1 or 2 that could. This treasure that could activate a sound attack was one of them. Its main feature was that it was invisible and impossible to guard against. The 3 counterattacks of Peerless Island were launched almost at the same time. This made the people of Koi Island realize that this wasn't a bone that could be gnawed on. On Peerless Island, Tang Jun, who had his hands in his sleeves, suddenly turned his head and looked at Ban Si, who was not far away. I don't care why you came here and why you didn't leave, but if you dare to harm our island, I won't let you off easily. Recently, he had been working with Ban Si to manage the deployment of the large array on the island. The more they worked together, the more he felt that this woman was not simple. Such a person was very likely to have an extraordinary background. Tang Jun had also investigated openly and secretly to find out the origin of Ban Si, but he did not gain much. Although Peerless Island seemed to respect Chu Xin, in fact, it was related to the future of the cultivators of Qingli Dao World. If they could find their way home one day, the people of Qingli Dao World could also come to the 10,000 Elephant Sea and establish a foothold on Peerless Island to cultivate. It could be said that although Tang Jun hadn't been here for long, he had completely approved of this place. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to Peerless Island. He could basically see through the intentions of the others, except for Ban Si, so he warned her to prevent her from having any thoughts that she shouldn't have. Ban Si was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately pursed her lips and smiled. Elder Tang, don't worry. Although it's not easy to explain to you, I can guarantee that even if something happens to me, I won't let anything happen to the island master. Tang Jun gazed deeply at her, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her heart. He more or less knew about Chu Xin's background. Now that he heard Ban Si's words, he could roughly guess her background. Then I'll leave it to you. When he nodded slightly, his figure rushed into the sky and went straight to Nan Xingjin. Almost at the same time, on the other side of Peerless Island, 3 figures also rushed into the sky and went straight to the Yu Yao woman. These 3 figures were naturally the 3 people led by Lu Yi. Among the enemies, there were 2 Yu Yao. Tang Jun could pin down Nan Xingjin. So if the 3 of them could contend with the Yu Yao woman, the pressure on Peerless Island would be greatly reduced. At that time, Peerless Island would only need to face a group of star mansions. Chu Shin and the others could control the 3 offensive arrays and stimulate the power of the spirit artifacts in the array cores, so they might be able to achieve something. In an instant, the 2 mid-stage Yu Yao cultivators clashed, their magic power surging endlessly as they fought in full swing. Before Lu Yi and the others could approach the Yu Yao woman, several invading star mansions rushed forward to meet them. The one at the forefront had a sturdy body and was brimming with vitality. Surprisingly, he was a body cultivator. Originally, when he saw Lu Ye's group of 3s lose formation, he didn't pay them much attention. Unexpectedly, as they rapidly approached, he saw Lu Ye's group of 3 shining with spirit light as their spirit energy converged and fused together. In an instant, the simplest of 3 arrays was formed. However, even the simplest array caused Lu Ye's aura to soar. The body cultivator was shocked, but it was too late to stop himself. The moment the 3 arrays were formed, Lu Ye's speed suddenly increased, and he pounced on the body cultivator. The aura of death suddenly descended, causing the body cultivator's entire body to turn cold. He roared angrily and punched out. This punch could be said to be a sudden burst of all his strength. Even the abundant blood and qi in his body withered in an instant as he punched out. This punch was ferocious and unparalleled. Under this punch, Lu Ye's figure shattered. However, a saber light flashed from the shattered figure. Puku and Ghost, who were not far from Lu Yi, were stunned. They didn't expect Li Taibai's strength to be so great. Puku, in particular, had known Lu Yi for almost 2 years. It could be said that they met not long after Lu Yi came to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. However, Puku had never seen him fight, so he naturally didn't know how strong he was. Only now did he realize that this fishing buddy of his who had once asked him for advice on the art of fishing was actually hiding his strength. What surprised Puku and Ghost even more was that they vaguely saw some familiar traces in this saber light. They couldn't help but recall the scene of the dried skeleton general's death battle in the tomb. The 2 of them turned their heads and looked at each other, speechless. The body cultivator was still in his punching posture. Lu Ye's figure had clearly shattered, but as the saber light bloomed, his figure appeared behind the body cultivator and continued to rush forward without looking. Behind him, under the turbulence of spiritual power, the body cultivator's body suddenly split into pieces and fell toward the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The cuts were neat and tidy. As the body cultivator approached, the Constellation Mansions didn't even have time to react before they saw Lu Yi and the other 2 charging over aggressively. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Lu Ye's saber light flashed. Puku waved the fishing rod in his hand, and Ghost's 5 fingers formed a claw and broke through the enemy's defense line. Even if they were all late-stage Constellation Mansions, they couldn't block any of their attacks. Several Constellation Mansions who came to greet them didn't even know how they died. There was a huge gap in strength between late-stage Constellation Mansions. Not to mention Lu Yi. Even Puku and Ghost weren't easy to deal with. One was ranked more than 100, while the other was close to 200. They could be said to be the top existences in the Constellation realm. Only other Constellation Mansions on the same ranking could contend with them. The other Constellation Mansions weren't even on the same level. Moreover, the 3 of them had formed a formation. How could these Constellation Mansions who had even been on the ranking be a match for the 3 of them? End of chapter. Chapter 1490. When Lu Yi and the others broke through the enemy's defensive line, the Yu Yao woman suddenly looked in their direction. When she saw the blood of her own cultivators splattering across the sky, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Her eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw the strength of Lu Yi and the others. She realized that these 3 were not ordinary constellations, and were likely to have left their names on the rankings. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a simple tripartite formation to have such terrifying strength. Not daring to be careless, she raised her hand and summoned an object, smashing it towards Lu Yi and the others. It was a magic treasure that looked like a seal. It was clearly a very small thing, but after she took it out, it suddenly became the size of a small mountain in an instant. The bottom of the seal was dark red, like a vermilion red, but also like a human's blood. There were also 4 large words engraved on it: boundless heaven and earth. When the seal fell, whether it was Lu Yi, Pu Ku, or Gui Ling, all of them felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. Lu Ye's expression was cold, and he realized how powerful the seal was. It had such power even before it fell, and if it really hit them, they would probably be smashed to pieces in an instant. When their chi was connected, he could clearly feel that Pu Ku and Gui Ling were also under the same pressure as him. His expression unchanged, he brandished the coiling mountain saber, and a continuous stream of saber light shot out. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had directly experienced the power of a magic treasure. It was indeed mysterious, unfathomable, and extremely strange. The woman was only at the early stage of Yu Yao, and her magic treasure was already so powerful. If she summoned more magic treasures, none of the 3 would have an easy time. Compared to the withered skeleton general they had defeated before, this woman's strength was not just a little bit higher. As the saber light swept out, something seemed to be cut open, and Lu Ye's body suddenly lightened. On the other side, Pu Ku and Gui Ling used some unknown method to break free of the seal's binding power. In an instant, the 3 of them moved out of the seal's range. The seal smashed down fiercely, but it hit nothing but air. Before Lu Yi and the others could catch their breath, the seal once again flew high into the air and fell in their direction. The 3 of them could only try to find a way to escape. The woman was not only dealing with Lu Yi and the other 2, she was also activating her defensive magic treasure to help the constellations under her command withstand the counterattack from the unparalleled island. Although she was alone, she was able to cause several attacks from Chu Xin and the others to fail. The remaining attacks were not blocked, but the constellations were on guard, so it was difficult for them to succeed. Unparalleled Island's counterattack was ineffective, but the enemy's attacks were endless. The protective array's light screen was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was estimated that it would be broken soon. Once the protective array was broken, the fate of the early-stage constellations on the island would be worrying. There was only one way to resolve this situation. He could either restrain Yu Yao and prevent her from being distracted, or he could go around her and slaughter the invading constellations. Lu Yi led Pu Ku and Ghost, trying to rush to the woman's side several times, but they were all blocked by the seal. This magic treasure looked extremely stupid, but it was extremely powerful. He tried to ignore the other party's attacks and kill the constellations, but he was also blocked by the seal. This was the result of Yu Yao not being able to deal with them wholeheartedly. If she did, their situation would be even worse. Compared to the man from Yu Yao whom he lured to the mermaid clan's territory, this woman was much more difficult to deal with. Although the woman's cultivation was weaker, her magic treasure was powerful. That man from Yu Yao did not use any magic treasure when he was chasing after him. He saw Elder Tang Jun fighting fiercely with Nan Xingjin, saw the 3 of them dodging the enemy's magic treasure attacks, saw the enemy's fierce attacks on the array, and saw the array on the verge of collapse. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and that the unparalleled island would not be able to survive this time. Suddenly, he met a gaze that turned back to him. Chu Xin frowned, because the person who turned back to look at him was the woman, called Bansi. He did not know where this woman came from, nor did he know where she came from. He did not know why she was standing here all this time, neither coming to help him nor forming a formation with Pharaoh and the others. He saw Bansi's mouth move, but he did not hear any sound. However, from the shape of her mouth, he could tell that, don't worry. At a time like this, what did she want him to worry about? Chu Xin's heart was filled with confusion. Then he saw Bansi lightly fly out of the unparalleled island, single-handedly approaching the woman from Yao. As Bansi approached, the woman from Yao clearly sensed her. She did not pay her too much attention, and casually pointed in her direction. A ray of light bloomed, piercing through Bansi's body without any resistance. "You overestimate yourself," the woman from Yao snorted. She did not feel anything about casually killing a late-stage constellation cultivator. It was like crushing an ant. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, her expression suddenly changed. This was because Bansi, whose body had been pierced by her, did not show any signs of pain, nor did she stop. Not even a drop of blood flowed from the wound. There was still a faint smile on her face. How is this possible? The woman from Yao's face was filled with shock. Another ray of light shot out, and another hole appeared in Bansi's body. However, there was still no blood. Before she could do anything else, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look in the direction of Lu Yi and the others. At this moment, Lu Yi was leading Pu Ku and Yuling to avoid the seal's attack. He took the opportunity to fly to the top of the seal. The pitch-black mountain saber shone brightly, and layers of heavy-pressure spiritual inscriptions rapidly formed on it. Lu Yi had never tried to form so many heavy-pressure spiritual inscriptions on the mountain saber. The moment the spiritual inscriptions took shape, Lu Yi felt as if he was not holding a mountain saber, but a mountain range. While the woman from Yao was distracted by Bansi, he ferociously slashed at the seal. The seal was a Dharma treasure. Lu Yi had never thought of destroying it. That was unrealistic. No matter how strong he was, he could not destroy such a Dharma treasure. He only wanted to slash this Dharma treasure into the 10,000 elephant sea. This thing was too annoying. If he wanted to deal with the woman from Yao or avoid her, he had to destroy this Dharma treasure. The seawater of the 10,000 elephant sea was a natural aid. As long as he slashed this Dharma treasure into the 10,000 elephant sea, it would be quickly eroded. At that time, it would not be able to unleash its full power. After seeing through Lu Ye's intentions, how could the woman from Yao let him have his way? Just as she was about to control the seal's power, she heard Bansi speak. "You'd better not look anywhere else." Suddenly, a strange power surged out from Bansi. The woman from Yao was shocked and hurriedly looked at Bansi. She saw Bansi place her hands in front of her chest and form an extremely mysterious seal. Her power surged, and a dot of black light bloomed in front of her. The black light was just a black, but when it appeared, the world seemed to lose its color. The black dot rapidly expanded, enveloping the surroundings. The woman from Yao realized that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, to her horror, no matter how hard she tried, she could not outrun the black. In the blink of an eye, a huge black sphere appeared beside Peerless Island, enveloping both Bansi and the woman from Yao. They disappeared without a trace. Nan Xingjin and Tang Jun, who were locked in a fierce battle, were both shocked. Even with their vast knowledge and experience, they could not tell what that black sphere was. It seemed to be a secret technique, but it also seemed to be the power of a Dharma treasure. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the huge seal was slashed into the 10,000 elephant sea by Lu Ye's saber, kicking up huge waves. At first, the seal did not show any changes, but in the blink of an eye, it flashed wildly. Clearly, the seal was being eroded and destroyed. As the seal sank, it rapidly shrank, disappearing without a trace. Lu Yi and the others had finally broken free from their restraints. There was no longer any need to deal with the woman from Yao. They turned around and charged into the crowd that was madly attacking the Grand Array. Even Lu Yi and the others did not expect this to happen. Only when the three of them charged over did the crowd realize that the situation was far from good. Just now, a late-stage celestial constellation body cultivator was instantly torn to shreds by Lu Yi. They had all seen it with their own eyes. So how could they dare to face it head-on? They all used their own methods to try and stop them. But what greeted them was a torrent of saber lights. Among the saber lights, there was occasionally an almost imperceptible thread. Once entangled by this thread, they would instantly lose their freedom of movement. They would either be cut down by Lu Ye's saber lights or have their hearts ripped out by the ghosts that pounced on them. In an instant, death shrouded the entire area. Near Peerless Island, within a 300-kilometer radius, many people were watching this battle from afar. Nan Xingjin's group was not the only ones who had designs on Peerless Island. However, Carp Island was the most impatient and had acted the fastest. They thought they could take over Peerless Island, so they were the first to attack. It was no secret that Peerless Island had Tang Jun, a mid-stage Yu Yao. However, apart from him, there was no other Yu Yao. Moreover, the entire Peerless Island did not have many people, so their overall cultivation was quite pitiful. No one thought that Carp Island would fail this time. They all thought they had picked up a great bargain. However, the result shocked all of the spectating cultivators. Tang Jun and Nan Xingjin did not have a large difference in strength. So even if Tang Jun was at a disadvantage, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short time. This was within the expectations of the spectators. However, the performance of Lu Yi and the others was shocking. At this moment, the three of them were slaughtering the celestial constellation cultivators of Carp Island as if they were vegetables. It was truly a breathtaking sight. Soon, some people recognized that Guiling and Puku were powerhouses on the contribution list. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. Chapter 1491. When the powerhouses on the rankings formed a formation, no ordinary constellation mansion could withstand it. If the battlefield was in a space that was unfavorable for movement, it might limit their ability to display their might. However, on the 10,000 manifestations sea, there were no restrictions on movement at all. Numbers no longer mattered. As long as they moved quickly and frequently enough, it would be very difficult for the three people in the formation to be surrounded. This was also the biggest reason why the constellation mansions of Brocade Island were unable to accomplish anything. However, what shocked the spectators the most was not the performance of Lu Yi and the others, but the method that Half-Ci displayed. No one knew what it was, nor did they know what was going on inside the black sphere. However, a late-stage Constellation Mansion Master was actually able to restrain Yu Yao. This truly subverted their understanding of the world. The cultivators from different forces rejoiced as they watched. Fortunately, Brocade Island had made the first move. Otherwise, regardless of which of their forces attacked Peerless Island, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. The number of cultivators on Peerless Island's side might not be many, and their overall strength wasn't high. However, with these few exceptions, unless these forces joined forces, no one would be able to easily take down Peerless Island. The slaughter continued. Everywhere Lu Yi and the others passed, there would be a rain of blood. The cultivators of Brocade Island continuously fell into the 10,000 manifestation sea, disappearing without a trace. They also tried to join forces to attack, but Lu Yi and the others were too fast. Their movements didn't give them any space to surround them. On the contrary, if any of them were careless, they would definitely be targeted by the three of them. These people had all participated in the Constellation Hall contest before. They had never encountered a powerhouse who had left their names on the rankings before. So they naively believed that even if there was a difference in strength, the difference wouldn't be too great. It wasn't until this confrontation that they realized that although they were all constellation mansions, there were still great differences between them. In less than a cup of tea's time, more than 30 of the 100 constellation mansions had died. Although the number of constellation mansions remaining was not small, they all revealed expressions of fear and their morale plummeted. Not only did they have to guard against Lu Yi and the others' sneak attacks, they also had to guard against the strange attacks coming from inside Peerless Island. They had to deal with this situation until a stern shout rang out, "Retreat!" Nan Xingjin saw that the situation was not good and gave them an order. If they did not leave, more people would die. It was as if the constellations had been pardoned, and they all used their techniques to escape into the distance. Lu Yi and the other two ignored them and directly charged towards Nan Xingjin's location. When Nan Xingjin saw this, how could he not know what they were planning? It was obvious that they wanted to join forces with Tang Jun to keep him here. If it were any other constellation mansion that dared to do this, Nan Xingjin would not have cared at all. However, he had also seen the performance of Lu Yi and the others just now, and knew that he could not underestimate them. If he was alone, he would naturally be able to retreat. However, he still had Yu Yao's companion trapped in the strange black sphere. If he left, his companion would be left behind. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he heard a cracking sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, he was overjoyed. He saw that the strange black ball floating outside the unparalleled island was now like a broken mirror. Countless cracks appeared on it, and from those cracks, an aura that Nan Xingjin was familiar with surged. With a crash, the black ball completely shattered. A figure appeared and hurriedly retreated. Who else could it be but Ban Ci? However, her current condition was clearly not good. She was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her aura was as weak as a candle in the wind. Using the body of a constellation mansion to forcibly use that secret technique to trap Yu Yao was indeed a huge price to pay. In front of her, the woman Yu Yao hovered in the air with a cold expression. Her magic power surged violently, and a spell bombarded Ban Ci. She shouted, "Die!" To think that she, Yu Yao, had been trapped by a constellation mansion's secret technique. Although the constellation mansion had paid a huge price, it was still not enough to quell the anger in her heart. Only by killing her could she wash away the shame in her heart. Ban Ci was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Facing such an attack, she had no strength to fight back. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for her to survive this attack. However, just as the woman Yu Yao was about to use her secret technique, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ban Ci. Ban Ci was slightly stunned. She had not expected that someone would come to save her life at this time. She looked up and saw a figure blocking the storm in front of her. The figure held a saber in one hand and slowly rotated it. In a daze, Ban Ci seemed to hear the sound of a tsunami. Waves rose and fell, suddenly becoming fierce and violent. The might of the spell arrived. The collision of magic power and spiritual power was like a rock smashing into an egg. The latter could not withstand a single blow. However, the continuous saber light was like an endless wave, shattering layer after layer, turning into a shield without any protection. The figure did not retreat a single step. Back in the merfolk territory, Lu Yi had used this saber to block a mid-stage Yu Yao's attack. At that time, the other party had only attacked casually and had not used her full strength. However, now that she was in a formation with Pike Spectre, there was no reason why she could not block a mid-stage Yu Yao's attack. Amidst the frenzied spell, Lu Ye's figure even advanced forward, although his speed was not fast. This scene shocked many of the cultivators watching the battle from afar. No matter what, they had never imagined that Xing Su would have the ability to resist Yu Yao. Today's events had truly broadened their horizons. They had no choice but to reevaluate the strength of Peerless Island. If the woman Yu Yao had used a spell to fight Lu Yi and the others from the beginning, Lu Yi felt that his side would have been able to deal with her. However, the woman had summoned a magic treasure that looked like a seal from the beginning. That was why the 3 of them were so helpless. Sensing the strangeness of Lu Ye's saber, the woman Yu Yao was clearly surprised. Just as she was about to test the strength of Lu Yi and the others, she heard Nan Xingjin call out, "Things are getting out of hand. I'm leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Xingjin calmly retreated. Tang Jun did not stop him. Nan Xingjin had always had the upper hand in the battle between the two. If he wanted to leave, how could Tang Jun stop him? He could only let him go. As soon as Nan Xingjin left, the woman Yu Yao followed. However, before she left, she glared fiercely at Lu Yi, as if blaming him for ruining her plans. In an instant, the soldiers around Peerless Island stopped fighting. The fierce offensive had ended with the attackers paying the price of a few dozen lives. Lu Yi stared in the direction the woman Yu Yao had left in until she disappeared from his sight. Then he turned around and saw Yu Ling standing nearby with the weak half-word. Their eyes met, and half-word nodded slightly at Lu Yi, expressing his thanks. Lu Yi did not say anything. He returned to Peerless Island and entered his own cave. He could faintly hear the cheers of Chu Xin and the others coming from the island. Chu Xin was undoubtedly very happy. He had originally thought that Peerless Island would be lost in today's battle. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. However, he was not worried about his own life. If worst came to worst, he could use Jiu Yan's name. He believed that Nan Xingjin and the others would not dare to kill him. He could also use this to protect his subordinates. However, if he did that, not only would he lose Peerless Island, but he would also break his promise with Jiu Yan. At that time, he would have to obediently return to Che Ling Domain and work under his mother's protection. However, he never imagined that Peerless Island would be saved. Not only did they save it, but they also defeated the invaders until they were forced to flee. His greatest hope was naturally Pharaoh Da. He had a rough idea of Pharaoh Da's strength, but who would have thought that Half-Word's performance would be even more stunning? If Half-Word had not acted at the last moment to trap the woman Yu Yao, it would have been impossible for them to win this battle. It was precisely because the woman Yu Yao was trapped that Pharaoh Da and the others had space to act. However, Pharaoh Da lived up to his name, using his constellation body to fight against Yu Yao. Even though he was in a formation, it was truly amazing. The number of people on Peerless Island had shrunk by half, but Chu Xin was not sad. This was because those who had stayed behind to fight alongside him at that time were all trustworthy people. They would definitely become his subordinates in the future. He had originally thought that all of these people who had been recruited would leave without a trace. After the battle, those who needed to rest and recuperate were recuperating. Chu Xin personally visited Half-Word and expressed his gratitude to her as the island lord. In the cave, Tang Jun sat dejectedly on the futon in front of Lu Yi and sighed deeply. Speaking of which, although he was a Yu Yao, he had not fought many cultivators of the same cultivation level. In the past, he had lived in a place like the Qing Li Dao world and had not encountered any other Yu Yao. After coming to the Wanxiang Sea, he had not had any conflicts with anyone. It was only today that he realized the gap between him and others. They were both mid-stage Yu Yao, but Nan Xingjin was undoubtedly much more powerful than him. If not for the time constraints of today's battle, he would have definitely lost if they had continued fighting. This made him feel a sense of defeat. "Why did you call me over?" Tang Jun asked. He had been called over by Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at him and roughly guessed his thoughts. He raised his hand and threw a storage ring to him. Tang Jun caught it doubtfully. After a brief inspection, he was shocked. So many spiritual jades. There are almost 1,000,000 spiritual jades in the storage ring. Where did you get them? He hurriedly asked. As far as he knew, Li Tai Bai was also a poor man. When he had first inquired about the Jade Snail Galaxy and was preparing to return, he had specially asked him for some travel expenses. He had not seen him for more than a year. How did he suddenly become so rich? Moreover, judging from the way he had acted, he obviously had more than this. He definitely had more. 1,000,000 spiritual jades. This was not just 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Tang Jun had lived for so many years, but he had never seen so many spiritual jades. Lu Yi did not answer. He only said, "Go and buy 2 decent Dharma treasures." During today's battle, Although he had been in a formation with Pu Ke's spirit to fight the enemy, he had also been paying attention to Tang Jun's situation. Tang Jun's foundation was still very solid. Among the mid-stage Yu Yao cultivators, he could not be considered the best, but at least he was within the average standard. The main reason he was not a match for Nan Xingjin was that his Dharma treasures were not good enough. End of chapter. Chapter 1492. Tang Jun himself was a Dharma cultivator, so the use of Dharma treasures was very important to him. For example, if Tang Jun had a Dharma treasure like a seal in his hands, it would be much easier to deal with the south. Tang Jun had Dharma treasures, but he came from a place like Qing Li Dao World. How could he have any good stuff? According to the classification of Dharma treasures in the universe, the 2 Dharma treasures he had were below 3-star, which could be said to be very poor. Lu Yi could not tell the grade of Yu Yao's seal. After all, he was only a constellation mansion, but it was definitely above 3-star. Otherwise, it could not have such strange and powerful power. Currently, Tang Jun was the only Yu Yao on Matchless Island. He could be said to be the representative of Matchless Island's combat power. If he could become stronger, he could deal with more complicated and dangerous situations in the future. If not for this consideration, why would Lu Yi give him 1,000,000 spirit jades? Kid, where did you get rich? Tang Jun looked excited. 1,000,000 spiritual jades was not something an ordinary person could take out. Even a small force might not have so many spiritual jades that they could use. Consider it alone. Remember to return it to me when you have it. Lu Yi looked at him. Tang Jun chuckled and pretended not to hear. When Lu Yi asked for travel expenses, he did not say anything about lending it to him. Now that the spirit jades were in his hands, there was no way he would return it. But then again, if he really used these spirit jades to buy 2 decent Dharma treasures, his personal strength would definitely increase by a lot. When he met Nan Xing again, it was clear who would be stronger and who would be weaker. Kid, you're good. I'll accept your filial piety. In the future, as long as I don't die on the Vientiane Sea, I'll ensure your safety. Tang Jun left happily. He didn't waste any time and immediately set off for the island of versatility. He was prepared to listen to Lu Ye's advice and buy 2 decent magic treasures. With 1,000,000 spirit jades, he could buy 2 5-star magic treasures if his requirements weren't too high. The battle had just ended, and the fate of Koi Island was a lesson. Therefore, no one would have any ideas about Matchless Island for a while. Tang Jun could leave quietly and return soon. Not long after Tang Jun left, Chu Shan ran over and sat in front of Lu Yi, saying, "Senior brother, I want to go to Zhai Li Island to recruit more people." Previously, Lu Yi had advised him not to recruit constellations that were not strong enough, and he had listened to the advice. However, things were different now. If Unparalleled Island wanted to become stronger, they would need more manpower. At the very least, there had to be enough people to maintain the operation of the formation. In today's battle, the protective formation on the island could not even display 30% of its power because there were too few people. Lu Yi said, "You're from the Che Ling world. Is there anyone you can trust in the Che Ling world or the Wanxiang galaxy?" Chu Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, before I was promoted to a constellation, I had been cultivating hard in the Thousand Sunset sect and rarely left. Hence, I don't know many people. There are some trustworthy senior brothers and sisters in the Thousand Sunset sect, but most of them are cultivating in other spiritual islands. Even if I invited them, they might not be willing to come. Lu Yi nodded, knowing that this was the truth. For example, the group of cultivators from Jinli Island might have come from a certain domain in a certain galaxy. They did not have a suitable place to stay in the Wanxiang Sea, so they wanted to snatch Unparalleled Island when they saw that it was a good place to stay. However, the Thousand Sunset sect was a sect in a local domain, and they had Jiu Yan behind them. It was easy for them to occupy a spiritual island. The spiritual island they occupied would definitely be better than the current Unparalleled Island. Chu Shen inviting them was equivalent to asking them to come and help. with the agreement with Juyen, not to mention that those people might not be willing to come. Chushin himself was not willing to do so. Then we can only spread the news, said Lu Yi. Chushin said, I think so too. In this vast Wanxiang Sea, there are countless constellations that have no place to stay. Even late-stage constellations can be found everywhere. In today's battle, Unparalleled Island has made a name for itself. If we spread the news, there will be many people coming to join us. However, senior brother, don't worry. I will be strict with the selection. I will definitely not let people with ulterior motives enter Unparalleled Island. With a place like Fair Island, Chu Xin could check the past of these cultivators from the Fair Book on Fair Island. Through their resumes, he could see the character of these cultivators. As long as he was strict with his control, it would not be a big problem even if he recruited some outsiders. Since you have a plan, go ahead and do it. Lu Yi nodded. Suddenly he thought of something. What's the situation with that Ban Ci? Speaking of which, before today, he had only met Ban Ci once. It was Ban Ci who took the initiative to visit him when she first came to Unparalleled Island. After that, she left and did not have any interaction with him. However, in today's battle, this Ban Ci's performance was not like an ordinary constellation. Chu Xin scratched his head and said, I'm not too sure about this senior sister's background. She was recruited by Lucky Star from Fair Island. She came with Elder Tang. Together? Lu Yi frowned. It's just a coincidence. When Elder Tang went to Fair Island, Lucky Star just came to an agreement with Ban Ci. Senior brother, do you think there's something wrong with her? Lu Yi shook his head. I'm just a little curious. With such strength and background, she should be on the ranking list. However, her name is not on the ranking list. It's really strange. Chu Shen agreed. But senior brother, she shouldn't have any bad intentions. You saw the battle today. If senior brother didn't help in time, I'm afraid she would have died. That's what I'm curious about. He was just recruited and received a modest monthly salary. To Ban Ci, Wushuang Island was just a place to stay. Was there a need to work so hard? After thinking for a while, Lu Yi said, Is there such a person in your coachman's circle? Chu Shen was not stupid. He immediately connected the dots. Senior brother, you mean? Senior sister Ban Ci was sent by my mother? If not, there was no way to explain why Ban Ci did what she did. But I've never seen this person in my life. She might not be from the coachman's circle. Lu Yi said thoughtfully, Perhaps she was a cultivator from another realm in the myriad phenomenon galaxy. With Jiu Yan's status, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find someone Chu Xin had never seen before to protect him. However, Ban Ci's performance today was too shocking. Even Lu Yi couldn't forcefully restrain Yu Yao as a celestial constellation. Of course, Ban Ci paid a heavy price in the end. From this, it could be seen that Ban Ci was not an ordinary person. Her name was not on the ranking list, so it was very likely that she had used a pseudonym. While Lu Yi and Chu Shen were discussing, Pu Ku and Spectre were also together. Spectre said with a solemn expression, Old Pu, do you feel it? Pu Ku drank his wine leisurely, his shifty eyes looking at the sisters Kai Yu and Kai Xing, who were walking by not far away. Hearing Spectre's words, Pu Ku casually said without turning his head, What? Don't you think Li Taibai looks like someone? Like who? Pu Ku looked as if his mind was wandering. Think about it carefully. Who does he look like? Don't you feel it at all? I do. Pu Ku smiled. Straight and slender. It's rare that they're twins. They're practically carved from the same mold. I can't tell who is who. Spectre grabbed Pu Ku's head with one hand and forced him to turn his head. She said resentfully, What are you looking at? What's there to see? Look at me, I'm talking to you. Pu Ku said, I can't look away. Just say it, I'm listening. Spectre was furious. Why can't you look away? Did they force you to look? Pu Ku slowly turned his gaze over with a fascinated expression. No, I want to look. Spectre was confused. She didn't know what he was talking about. She sighed and said, "Did you hear what I said?" Pooh took another sip of wine. "Are you trying to say that Brother Tai looks like F.A. Wuzuin? Don't you think so?" Spectre's expression was stern. "They don't just look alike. They're practically the same person. If it were others, they wouldn't have felt it so clearly. However, they had formed a formation with F.A. Wuzuin to fight the dried skeleton general. The three of them had fought a difficult battle, and the experience was unforgettable. Now that they were in the formation, they could feel it especially clearly. But they're not the same person." Pooh frowned. "How can you be so sure?" Spectre sighed and said, "I contacted F.A. Wuzuin with the sound talisman in front of Li Tai, and then I received a reply." Pooh was surprised. "They're really not the same person? I thought Brother Tai was F.A. Wuzuin." He thought for a moment and said, "If they're not, then they're not. It doesn't matter. There were so many constellations on the myriad phenomenon sea. It wasn't strange to say that two people were similar. I can't talk to you." Spectre left angrily. She couldn't tell anyone about F.A. Wuzuin and the mermaid territory, so she could only sulk alone. Recently, many constellations had come to Peerless Island to join them. This was because Peerless Island's island master, Chushin, had spread the news that Peerless Island had just been established and wanted to recruit talented cultivators. This was undoubtedly very attractive to cultivators who came from various galaxies and didn't have a place to stay, especially since Peerless Island was a spiritual island. Even if there was no monthly salary, cultivators were willing to join such a place. Chushin personally received the constellations that came to join them. He asked about their origins, and then had the lucky star who was guarding Zhongzheng Island check the records of Zhongzheng Book. If there were any suitable candidates, they would stay. However, if there were any flaws in their records, they would be rejected. Not only did constellations come to join them, but they also attracted a few Yu Yao. Chushin politely refused Cultivator Yu Yao's invitation. Firstly, it would be difficult to guard against them if the Yu Yao had any ill intentions. Therefore, the best way was to not accept any of them. Secondly, there was a limit to the number of Yu Yao each faction could have on the myriad phenomenon sea. If Peerless Island accepted a foreign Yu Yao, it would take up a slot. If one of their own became a Yu Yao in the future, they might have to find another way. Chushin knew that both Pooh and Spectre weren't far from becoming Yu Yao. Naturally, the Yu Yao slots on Peerless Island would be reserved for their own people. End of chapter. Chapter 1493. The Battle of Carp Island had caused many forces that had designs on Peerless Island to give up. The forces that could not wait to attack Peerless Island at this time were not considered strong. Carp Island was already one of the best, but even so, Carp Island had suffered heavy losses in the battle. How would the other forces dare to provoke them again? Especially recently, Peerless Island had recruited many reliable people, and their overall strength had increased by a lot. As long as Peerless Island could survive this initial period of development, the situation would become more and more stable in the future. When one or two Yu Yaos appeared on the island, they would be able to gain a firm foothold. Lu Ye's main body had been staying in the cave these days, using the power of the talent tree to deduce spirit runes. After consuming a lot of fuel, the new aura-concealing spirit rune had been successfully deduced. What he was deducing now was the life origin technique. Strictly speaking, the life origin technique that had formed with Hupo was not a spirit rune, but a secret technique. However, after cultivating for so many years, Lu Ye's knowledge and experience had long been different from before. From the perspective of a spirit rune master, any method in this world could be seen as an extension of spirit runes. Therefore, even if the life origin technique was a secret technique, he could find a way to reverse it and transform it into a corresponding spirit rune. As long as he could deduce the corresponding spirit rune for the life origin technique, he would be able to find a way to remove it. This way, he would not have to worry about his safety implicating Hupa and Ii in the future. However, this matter was much more difficult than simply deducing spirit runes. If the talent tree had not undergone 3 transformations, Lu Yi would not have been able to come up with this idea. However, the 3 transformations of the talent tree had given him this opportunity. While his main body was deducing spirit runes, his clone was moving around outside. The main reason was that Ghost was always suspicious. She would often run over and contact Fa Wuzuin with the sound talisman in front of him, as if she wanted to see through his disguise. In such a situation, Lu Yi could only leave his clone outside. On this day, Lu Yi suddenly felt the sound talisman vibrate. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Chao Xiang. Normally, the manager of the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce would not take the initiative to contact him. Now that he had contacted him, it was probably because there was some progress in a matter he had entrusted. It wasn't news about the Jade Conch Galaxy. Since the last time he got the wrong information from Chao Xiang, Lu Yi didn't ask him to continue investigating. Fellow Daoist Li, in 7 days, our Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction. At that time, there will be something you need. If you want to participate, please try to collect as many spirit jades as possible. Those things are quite expensive. Of course, Lu Yi knew that the item was expensive, but he didn't lack spirit jades now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get it. Phoenix Sky Blue Crystal. This was an extremely rare mineral that was mainly used to refine magic treasures. It was also one of the few treasures that could upgrade a spirit treasure to a magic treasure. The treasures that cultivators used against their enemies started from the lowest level of spirit tools, followed by magic tools, then spirit treasures, and above that were magic treasures. It was actually not difficult to upgrade a spirit artifact to a magic artifact and then to a spirit artifact. As long as there were suitable materials, a skilled weapon refiner could do it. Lu Ye's coiling mountain saber had been upgraded step by step in this way. When he first obtained the coiling mountain saber, it was only a spirit tool. However, upgrading a spirit treasure to a magic treasure was a huge chasm. This was because the nature of the two was completely different. One was for cultivators below Yu Yao, while the other was for cultivators above Yu Yao. This kind of upgrade not only required a skilled weapon refiner, but also a few extremely special materials. Even if the other materials were expensive, the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce could buy them. Only the rarest material was not available in stock. Phoenix Sky Blue Crystal was an item that could only be found by chance. Cultivators of other sects didn't have this problem at all. They could just upgrade their strength to Yao and buy a few suitable magic treasures. This problem was unique to weapon refiners. Weapon refiners were extremely dependent on their weapons. For example, when Lu Yi had exchanged the coiling mountain saber for the crimson dragon saber, it would more or less affect his strength, even if the crimson dragon saber was about the same size and weight as the coiling mountain saber. Therefore, after weapon refiners advanced to Yu Yao, they faced an awkward problem. They could either give up on the weapon that had accompanied them for so long and exchange it for a magic treasure of similar quality, or they could think of a way to upgrade their weapon. Lu Yi wasn't willing to exchange. The coiling mountain saber had been with him for so many years and had experienced countless battles. It could be said that it was one of the things he relied on to reach his current level. It wasn't just a weapon, it was an extension of Lu Ye's body. With the coiling mountain saber in hand, he could display his full strength. If he exchanged it for another weapon, it would more or less affect his strength. Since he wasn't willing to exchange it, he could only upgrade it, even if he had to pay a huge price. However, there were so many weapon refiners in the world. Lu Yi wasn't the only one who had to face this problem. Other weapon refiners also had to face this problem when they advanced to Yu Yao. This made the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal priceless. It was only in a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea, where cultivators from many galaxies gathered and goods came and went frequently. Elsewhere, finding a piece of Phoenix Sky's blue crystal was harder than ascending to the heavens. The 10,000 Elephant Chamber of Commerce had obtained a piece of Phoenix Sky's blue crystal from somewhere and wanted to auction it off. This was good news for Lu Yi. Although he wasn't in a hurry to advance to Yao right now, he would eventually take that step one day. He had asked Chao Xiang to keep an eye on this item in preparation for his advancement to Yao in the future. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to find a second piece in a short time. Checking the spirit jades he had, Lu Yi found that he had about 50 million spirit jades. Lu Yi estimated that this much spirit jades should be enough for him to use. According to the Starry Skies categorization of the value and grade of treasures, these spirit jades could almost buy a 9-star magic weapon. It should be enough to buy a piece of Phoenix Sky's blue crystal. There should be a lot of people who desired the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal, but not everyone would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. This thing was worth at most 10 million spirit jades. Lu Yi was in a good mood. He waited quietly. A few days later, he walked out of the cave leisurely and set off for the island of Versatility. The Peerless Island was some distance away from the island of Versatility, so he had to get there in advance. Having said that, he had never participated in an auction before. On the contrary, he had held an auction at the Constellation Hall. However, that auction only involved the twin Qi-connected array disk. The auction items of the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce would definitely not be so simple. He could go and broaden his horizons and see what good items were on display at the auction. After leaving the Peerless Island, he took out the starboat he had bought for 300,000 spirit jades and rushed to the island of Versatility. The journey was quite peaceful. Under normal circumstances, when people came and went on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, there would be very few unnecessary conflicts unless they were enemies. It was unlikely that people would start fighting just because they didn't like each other on the way. They were all at least Constellation Realm cultivators, so they still had some self-control and composure. After all, no one knew who the other person was. It would be disastrous if they provoked someone they shouldn't. On the way, Lu Yi changed his appearance and clothes and put away the mountain pan saber. He didn't know what would happen at the auction, but there would definitely be a lot of people fighting for the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted. When he arrived at the island of Versatility, he went to the familiar ferry as usual. He paid the fee of spirit jades and got a pass to enter the island. The first time he came here, Lu Yi had fantasized about when he would be able to occupy a spiritual island and make some new things to attract the interest of the cultivators of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Then he would build a ferry and collect tolls to make a fortune. At that time, he only dared to think about it. But now, in just 2 years, he really had a spiritual island. Although the Peerless Island was under Chu Shen's control and name. The reason why it could be revived was because of the minor constellation Hall's seawater reversal. Therefore, the Peerless Island was basically his. In 2 years, the changes were so great. His cultivation had also advanced from the early stage to the late stage. The only pity was that he didn't have any family or friends to share his joy with in the vast 10,000 Elephant Sea. When he arrived at the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce, the hall was very lively. Lu Yi looked around and immediately walked to the side. On the way here, he had already asked Chao Xiang about it, so he knew what to do at this moment. There was a private room in this direction. Inside, the steward of the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce was entertaining the guests who were preparing to participate in the auction. The famous top forces didn't need to come here, as the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce would arrange seats for them in advance. However, individual guests like Lu Yi had to come here first to verify their identity. After all, the auction wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. If there were no restrictions, it would definitely be overcrowded like the 88th Hall in the past. Only those who were qualified to participate in the auction would be given a pass to enter the auction site. When he arrived, he saw a voluptuous woman wearing revealing clothes sitting there. Seeing Lu Yi, the woman stood up and bowed. Her almond-shaped eyes flashed, "Honored guest, are you preparing to participate in the auction?" Lu Yi nodded expressionlessly. He then took out a storage ring that he had prepared in advance and handed it over. There was nothing inside, only 10 million spirit jades. The woman stretched out her hands and respectfully received it. After scanning it with her divine sense, her smile became even more charming. "Honored guest, you have a lot of capital. I hope you can buy what you like in the auction." She respectfully handed the storage ring back to Lu Yi along with a jade token with the words Dingjiu written on it. Lu Yi took it and put it away, then turned and left. There was still one day before the auction began. He planned to go to the scattered market to see if Nja had returned, although they had left a musical note imprint, and Nja would definitely send him a message if he returned. Since there was no message, there was a high chance that Nja didn't reply. After all, Nja had said that he would return to this world to transfer goods. It would take about half a year for a round trip. However, the scattered market was on the Myriad Elephant Island, not far away. Moreover, deducing spirit runes had consumed a lot of his talent tree's fuel reserves. Lu Yi could use this opportunity to buy treasures with the ignition attribute to replenish it. End of chapter. Chapter 1494. Lu Yi walked around the scattered market, but he did not see Nja at his previous stall. Instead, there was a cultivator he did not know, and he was selling things that Lu Yi did not need. As expected, Nja was not back yet. Lu Yi could only buy fire tribute treasures, which cost him a few million spirit jades. It was still early and he had nowhere to go. He pondered for a moment, then continued to wander around the scattered market. Compared to the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yi preferred to come to places like this, but he did not know why. Just as he was looking around, he heard a small voice. "Fellow Taoist, do you need spirit pills?" Lu Yi followed the voice and saw a woman sitting in front of a stall. Her face was slightly red, and she pursed her lips, as if she had mustered up her courage to ask him. Lu Yi glanced at her and saw a dozen jade bottles on the stall in front of her. They were probably filled with all kinds of spirit pills. Why would he need any spirit pills? Recently, he had been suppressing his cultivation and did not actively cultivate. He was afraid that his cultivation would rise too quickly and affect his foundation. He did not want to pay attention to her, but when he met her eyes, he could not help but squat down. There was nothing special about her eyes, but it reminded him of his predicament when he first came to the Myriad Elephant Island. He could tell that this woman did not have a good background, or else she would not have set up a stall here to sell spirit pills. It was not easy to sell such things in the scattered market. After all, they had to be ingested. Ordinary cultivators would go directly to the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce or the shops on other spiritual islands to buy spirit pills. It was difficult for this woman to gain the trust of others by selling spirit pills here. If she bought a low-quality spirit pill and consumed it in a battle, it would be easy to cause trouble. There were more than a dozen jade bottles, all of which were labeled with the name of each pill. Seeing Lu Yi squat down, the woman quickly adjusted her expression and said, "Fellow Taoist, take a look at what you want. I have ordinary spirit pills here." Lu Yi picked up a bottle of spirit recovery pills. These were the most common spirit pills used by constellation cultivators to replenish their spirit energy and cultivate. They were in high demand, and almost everyone needed them. They were also the most basic spirit pills in the constellation realm. "Are you a medical cultivator?" Lu Yi asked casually, mainly because he felt a familiar aura from the woman. It was very gentle, as long as he was by her side, he would be able to relax. Shui Yuan and Hua Xiai both had such auras. Lu Yi also smelled a faint fragrance. It was the smell of flowers, but he couldn't tell what kind of flowers they were. "Yes." The woman nodded. "It's not easy for you either. Generally speaking, medical cultivators roamed the starry sky with companions. After all, relatively speaking, medical cultivators didn't have many means to deal with danger, so it was very easy for them to encounter danger." It was rare to see someone like this woman who was all alone. The woman tilted her head and looked at him, clearly not understanding what he meant. "How much?" Lu Yi asked. The woman quoted a price. Lu Yi raised his eyes to look at her. "Your price is even higher than Vientiane Chamber of Commerce's." No wonder no one was interested in the woman's stall. She was selling spirit pills, and the price was very expensive. It would be strange if someone would buy it. The woman explained, "The quality of the pills I refine is very good. If you don't believe me, just buy a bottle and you'll know." Lu Yi said, "If I buy them and the quality isn't good, can I still ask you for a refund?" The woman's expression became serious. "The quality is absolutely guaranteed. I refine them myself, so I know. So what if you know?" Lu Yi cursed in his heart. This woman's personality wasn't suitable for doing business here. She was far worse than in Jia. "I'll take all of them." Lu Yi put down the jade bottle in his hand. "Huh." The woman was stunned. I said, "How many spirit pills do you have?" "I'll take all of them." Lu Yi looked at her. It wasn't easy to be alone outside. He thought about how sad it would be if his second senior sister, or Hua Xiai, set up a stall here, but no one showed any interest. However, his second senior sister and Hua Xiai weren't ordinary medical cultivators, so they most likely wouldn't do such a thing. The woman came to her senses and was overjoyed. "Is what you said true?" She had set up a stall here for several days, but the number of spirit pills she sold could be counted on one hand. When people passed by here, they didn't stop at all. She didn't expect that someone would buy all of them. "If you think I'm lying to you, I'll leave right now." "Don't go, don't go," the woman said as she hurriedly took out bottle after bottle of spirit pills from her storage ring. She didn't stop until she took out more than 30 bottles. She looked at Lu Yi cautiously. "Brother, isn't this too much? Calculate the bill," Lu Yi urged. The woman happily calculated the bill. In the end, she gave Lu Yi a number which was less than 3,000 spirit jades. Lu Yi paid her without hesitation. He put away all the spirit pills. As he left, the woman kept thanking him. After walking for a while, he took out a bottle of spirit recovery pills and threw one into his mouth. Then he observed the talent tree's reaction. Other cultivators didn't dare to take spirit pills casually, but Lu Yi didn't care. With the talent tree, even if there was something wrong with the spirit pill, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. A moment later, Lu Yi revealed a surprised expression. Although the woman had vowed that the quality of the spirit pills she refined was better than the ones sold by the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce, there was no proof. Even if a cultivator swallowed these spirit pills, it would be difficult to tell the difference. However, Lu Yi was different. By observing the changes in the talent tree, he could directly see the quality of the spirit pills. The more impurities there were, the worse the quality, and vice versa. At this moment, the talent tree's reaction was very slight. Just as the woman had said, the quality of the spirit pills she refined was very good. Lu Yi looked back, but the woman had already disappeared. He guessed that she had left after selling all the spirit pills. Lu Yi felt it was a bit strange. With such alchemy skills, the woman could easily join a force and become their exclusive alchemist. She wouldn't have to work so hard to set up a stall here. Even the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce wouldn't refuse such a talent. However, she would rather work hard and set up her stall than join a force. Lu Yi guessed that the woman didn't like to be tied down. After strolling around the market for a while, Lu Yi headed towards the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce. In less than half a day, the auction would begin. At this moment, it was time for the participating cultivators to enter. The entrance was inside the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce. Many cultivators were waiting in line to enter, but Lu Yi directly went in another direction. There was another entrance. When Lu Yi arrived, he took out the D9 token he had obtained during the capital verification. Someone immediately respectfully took it and led him inside. Chao Xiang had told him that the minimum requirement for the capital verification was 100,000 spirit jades. In other words, only 100,000 spirit jades could qualify to participate in the auction. Of course, if he wanted to get better treatment, he would have to show more capital. Lu Yi had shown 10 million spirit jades, so his treatment was indeed different from ordinary cultivators. Under the guidance of the cultivator, he soon arrived at a room with the words D9 on it. The Chamber of Commerce cultivator stood at the door and gestured with his hand. "Honored guest, please come in. When the auction starts, if there's anything you like, you only need to bid inside. You'll be able to see it from the outside. If you win the auction, we'll be responsible for delivering it to you." Lu Yi nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. After entering room D9, Lu Yi immediately saw a huge transparent mirror. He didn't know what it was made of. Standing in front of the mirror, he could overlook the entire auction venue. It was an excellent view. Looking around, there were many rooms similar to his. However, from this angle, the mirror was filled with mist, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Lu Yi tried to use his divine sense, but it was still blocked. He was sure that they were looking at him in the same way. The room's furnishings were very simple. There was only a huge chair and a round table next to it. There were several plates of fresh spirit fruits on the table. In addition, there was also a jug of fine wine. On the armrest of the chair, there was a protruding object. Lu Yi sat on the chair and studied it for a moment. He knew that this object was used to bid during the auction. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were entering the auction venue one after another. They were looking for seats based on the tokens they had obtained. There were also cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce standing around to guide them. Therefore, although there were many people entering the auction venue, there was no chaos at all. Everything was done in an orderly manner. There was still a while before the auction began. Lu Yi sat on the chair and casually picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He didn't know what spirit fruit it was, but it was very sweet and contained good spirit qi. He could refine it into his own spirit qi. By the time Lu Yi had eaten most of the spirit fruits, the auction venue was already filled with people. This was the result after the verification of the spirit stones. One could imagine how lively the scene would be if the verification of the spirit stones had not been carried out. Lu Yi roughly estimated that there were at least 3,000 cultivators participating in the auction this time. In the vast Wanxiang Sea, there were still many rich cultivators. Of course, most of them were still struggling at the bottom. At a certain moment, the originally bright auction venue suddenly darkened. Then a beam of light shone in from somewhere and hit the high platform at the front. When the beam of light lit up, an old man with white hair and a beard had appeared at that position. His eyebrows were lowered and his hands were tucked into his sleeves. He stood there in a relaxed manner, but the powerful aura emanating from his body indicated that he was a genuine Yu Yao. Moreover, he was a late-stage Yu Yao cultivator. The originally noisy auction venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the old man. The old man spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. "I am Yu Xiuzhai, the 9th steward of the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. I will be hosting this auction." Chapter 1495. When Yu Xiuzhai's voice fell, the auction venue went into an uproar. There were many stewards in the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. For example, Chao Xiang, who Lu Yi often met, was a steward in the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was only responsible for receiving guests and making transactions with them, which was very different from a steward like Yu Xiuzhai. Someone like Yu Xiuzhai had a high position in the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce and wouldn't easily appear in public. No one expected him to host this auction. Many people realized that there would be a lot of rare and good things in this auction. Otherwise, a master like Yu Xiuzhai wouldn't have come out. On the high platform, Yu Xiuzhai didn't speak any nonsense. After introducing himself, he gestured to the side. Another beam of light shone down from an unknown place. Shrouded in the light, a tall woman walked out from the side with a plate in her hands and stood beside Yu Xiuzhai. There was a red cloth covering the plate. Yu Xiuzhai raised his hand to remove it and slowly said, 30 bottles of top-quality spirit recovery pills. If any fellow Taoist wants them, you can bid. No reserve price. After a moment of silence, the hall was immediately filled with the sound of bidding. Lu Yi found that even some of the people in the private rooms were very interested in this top-grade spirit-restoring pill. The quality of spirit pills was divided into good and bad. Different alchemists would refine different spirit pills of different quality. Even the same alchemist couldn't guarantee that the quality of their spirit pills would be the same. Needless to say, waste pills were the result of broken refinement and had no value. Finished spirit pills were divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and top quality. The higher the grade, the less impurities there would be in the spirit pill. For example, the spirit pills Lu Yi bought in the marketplace had very few impurities and were basically at the level of high-quality spirit pills. Such spirit pills naturally had little harm to cultivators because there were very few pill toxins in them. The impurities in top-quality spirit pills were almost negligible. In theory, there wouldn't be too many hidden dangers if a cultivator were to consume them. As a result, a cultivator's cultivation efficiency would greatly increase with the help of top-quality spirit pills. However, no matter which chamber of commerce it was, top-grade spirit pills were hard to come by. The birth of this kind of spirit pill was basically not under the control of an alchemist. Basically, only when an alchemist was lucky enough to refine 1 or 2 spirit pills would they be able to produce. Even for the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce, taking out 30 bottles in one go would require a period of time to accumulate them. Such an item was undoubtedly qualified to be the first item of the auction. Moreover, everyone needed Spirit Dawn, so it was easy to stir up the atmosphere of the auction. If Lu Yi didn't have the talent tree, he would definitely be very interested in these spirit pills. However, with the talent tree, no matter how high the quality of these spirit pills was, they weren't very attractive to him. After a round of bidding, many people backed out. It wasn't until the time it took to brew a cup of tea that a person from room C4 won the bid, and the price far exceeded the normal purchase price. After the auction ended, the woman holding the plate withdrew. Another woman ascended the stage, also holding a plate. However, instead of a jade bottle, the plate contained a short arrow. It looked very strange. Yu Xiuzhai said, "The Heaven Splitter arrow is a rare treasure. Although it is a spirit artifact, its power is not inferior to a 3-star transcendent artifacts attack. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit jades. Fellow Taoists, please make your bids." Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Although the Heaven Splitter arrow was very far away from him, and he couldn't see it clearly, nor could he use it to feel its power, the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce wouldn't cheat in this regard. Since Yu Xiuzhai said that its power was not inferior to a 3-star transcendent artifacts attack, then it had to be true. Lu Ye's current strength was in a rather awkward state. He could be said to be invincible in the constellation realm, but he was still lacking when it came to Yu Yao. This was mainly due to the difference in cultivation levels. Although the 10,000 tidal waves could allow him to barely put up a fight against an ordinary Yu Yao, in a true battle of life and death, he definitely wasn't a match for any Yu Yao. He still had the red talisman that Su Yuqing had given him. That thing was a great killing tool, but it could only be used once. If there was any method or treasure that could deal with Yu Yao, he naturally didn't want to miss it. He raised his hand and pressed it against the protruding object on the armrest of his chair. His divine sense surged and he made a bid. However, he had clearly underestimated the popularity of a rare treasure like the Heaven Splitter arrow among cultivators. This was only the second auction item, and the entire auction house was already in a frenzy. All kinds of bids rose and fell, and there was almost no time for them to rest. Lu Yi made a few more bids, but they were all quickly surpassed by others. After a long while, Yu Xiuzhai suddenly looked towards Lu Ye's room and said, Fellow Taoist in room D9 bids 1,300,000 spirit jades. Before he finished speaking, he looked towards another room and said, Fellow Taoist in room A6 bids 1,320,000 spirit jades. It was only a spirit treasure, but it had actually been auctioned for such a high price. It was unimaginable because even if it was a magic weapon, that much spirit jades could buy a 5-star magic weapon. The power that the Heaven Splitter arrow could display was only equivalent to a single attack from a 3-star magic weapon. Moreover, it was a rare treasure, which meant that it could only be used once. In the end, it was because star constellations couldn't use the power of magic weapons. No matter how good a magic weapon was, it was useless if star constellations couldn't use their spirit chi. However, the Heaven Splitter arrow was different. It was something that star constellations could use. To star constellations, it was a life-saving treasure, so they naturally wouldn't complain about its price. This was also the reason why purple talismans were so expensive. In particular, purple talismans from the dwarf clan were definitely good things that everyone would fight over. As for red talismans, they were simply treasures that couldn't be obtained. After a few more rounds of bidding, Lu Yi finally won the Heaven Splitter arrow at the price of 1,800,000 spirit jades. It wasn't that the cultivator from room A6 didn't have as much wealth as he did. Those who could enter the side rooms had to fork out at least 10 million spirit jades to verify the price. However, they might have other things they wanted to buy, so they weren't willing to spend too much on the Heaven Splitter arrow. Thus, they could only give up helplessly. Another auction item was presented. Lu Yi glanced at it. It was a good item, but he wasn't very interested. Thus, he waited quietly. After a while, someone knocked on the door and entered. They brought the Heaven Splitter arrow over, and Lu Yi paid the corresponding amount of spirit jades. He had also obtained a rare treasure like this when he was in the 9 provinces. However, although they were of the same type, the treasures of the 9 provinces naturally couldn't be compared to the Heaven Splitter arrow. Lu Yi was very satisfied as he toyed with the Heaven Splitter arrow in his hand. If he met Yu Yao again, this thing could more or less intimidate her to a certain extent. If he used it well, he might even be able to injure her. Therefore, although 1,800,000 spirit jades wasn't a small amount, he felt that it was worth it. As expected of the myriad Elephant Commerce Hall's auction, good items were endless. All kinds of secret techniques, cultivation methods, spirit pills, treasures, and rare treasures were presented one after another. Lu Yi originally only wanted to bid for a piece of Heavenly Phoenix blue crystal. However, halfway through the auction, he had already bid for several items. Some were things he wanted, while others were things he felt were suitable for Hua Xiai, second senior sister, and the others. He was prepared to give them to them when he had the opportunity to return to the 9 provinces. He hadn't even seen the Heavenly Phoenix blue crystal yet, but he had already spent nearly 10 million spirit jades. Lu Yi realized that something was wrong. He only had 50 million spirit jades in total. After spending 10 million spirit jades, he only had 40 million spirit jades left. Although this amount of spirit jades should be enough to buy a piece of Heavenly Phoenix blue crystal, he still had to be cautious. He couldn't participate in any more auctions. No matter how good the items were, he couldn't. Lu Yi secretly made up his mind. On the high platform, Yu Xiaozhai was still standing there in a relaxed manner. Another auction item appeared on the stage. As soon as this auction item appeared, many people revealed curious expressions. It was actually a cage. Many people looked at it with puzzlement. Lu Yi was also looking at it. Soon he revealed a look of surprise because he vaguely felt that there was something inside the cage, but also that there wasn't. The cage was undoubtedly a treasure. After it was pushed up by the myriad Elephant Commerce Hall's maidservant, Yu Xiaozhai didn't say anything. He just casually patted the cage. Magic power surged, and the cage flashed. A figure suddenly appeared in the cage. The figure seemed to have been in the cage the whole time, but no one had seen it before. The venue was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure. Lu Yi was also looking. As he looked, he revealed an extremely surprised expression because he found that the person in the cage gave him a very familiar feeling. This kind of familiarity didn't mean that he knew the person or anything, but that he had encountered this type of person before. The figure in the cage was definitely not a human, nor was it a concealment method. If the other party had been in a concealed state just now, Lu Yi should have been able to see some clues. Judging from the figure, the other party seemed to be a woman, but her long hair draped over her shoulders and covered her cheeks, making it impossible to see her appearance. Through the gaps between the scattered hair, Lu Yi could see a pair of eyes filled with hatred and hatred. These eyes were filled with blood and tears as they stared fiercely at Yu Xiuzhai, as if they wanted to devour him. Lu Yi frowned. Although he had long heard that the myriad elephant commerce halls auction would occasionally have some rare races appear, he didn't expect to see one this time. He didn't know what race this was, but since it could be placed in the auction, it must be a very rare and precious race. For example, if the monster race and the mermaid race appeared in the auction at this moment, it would inevitably arouse the interest of many people. Yu Xiuzhai said the soul race. A powerful master captured her somewhere in the starry sky and entrusted her to the myriad elephant commerce hall to auction. There is no reserve price. If any fellow Taoist is interested, you may bid. Lu Yi was surprised. The soul race. It was actually the soul race. Just like the Fey race and the mermaid race under the 10,000 elephant sea that Lu Yi had come into contact with, the soul race was also an extremely rare and precious race in the starry skies. Such races all had a common characteristic, which was that they had their own unique racial talents that could bring great benefits to cultivators. It was also because of this that many cultivators coveted them. End of chapter. Chapter 1496. The fairy race's blessing was undoubtedly a very powerful racial talent. All kinds of strange blessings could directly increase a cultivator's strength. The merfolk race's singing was also similar. Moreover, the merfolk race's women were all beautiful. If one could get together with a pure merfolk race woman, they might even have a chance to obtain some kind of strange secret technique. The soul race did not have blessings or singing, but they could possess souls. The bodies of this strange race were very strange. They seemed to be illusory and real, just like ghosts. That was why they were called the soul race. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they had a strange ability. They could use the soul possession technique, and the cultivator who was possessed by the soul possession technique would have their strength increased. Lu Yi had once seen information about the soul race in the records of the dwarf race's Rest Abyss Pavilion. At that time, he had an idea, because there was a group of martyrs in the 9 states who had long lost their bodies but were still alive. The 9 states had now been promoted to a large realm, but this group of martyrs who had once made great contributions to the 9 states were still trapped in the immortal origin city. They could not escape for the rest of their lives, and could not even grow. The sacrifices of the ancestors should not be forgotten. The current 9 states was no longer the 9 states of the past. They should be treated better. Lu Yi had thought that if he encountered the soul race after excellence, he might be able to get in touch with them and see if he could ask them for advice on how the soul race cultivated and became stronger. Unfortunately, he had never encountered the soul race. It was only later that he found out that this race was very rare. Moreover, because of their racial talent, they were coveted by the cultivators of various major races. Therefore, they basically did not appear in front of outsiders. He did not expect that a soul race would appear at this auction. Lu Yi immediately knew that he could choose not to participate in the auction of the other items, but he had to obtain this soul race. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy for him to encounter the soul race again. Therefore, as soon as Yu Xiuzhai finished speaking, he did not hesitate to bid. At the same time, in room A6, a young man looked at the soul race with shining eyes and said excitedly, "The news is correct. There really is a soul race at this auction." He turned to look at a middle-aged man next to him. "Second uncle, we must get this soul race. If we can use her as a soul to forge the armor, its power will definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if we encounter Yu Yao, I will have the ability to escape." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and was about to bid. At this moment, Yu Xiaozhai opened his mouth from the high platform. "Fellow Taoist in room D9 bids 5 million spirit jades." Many of the cultivators in the auction hall revealed looks of envy. They felt that number D9 was truly rich. Previously, he had already auctioned off several items with a total value of over 10 million gold coins. This time, however, he had bid 5 million gold coins. It was as though he was determined to win this auction. In room A6, the young man said angrily, "It's this guy again." Previously, he also wanted the sky splitter arrow, but it was snatched away by the other party. Now, the other party actually wanted to snatch the soul from him. It was really infuriating. "Second uncle, we can't lose to him this time." Previously, he did not compete with the other party for the heaven splitter arrow because he was waiting for this soul race. Moreover, the price of the heaven splitter arrow back then was indeed on the high side. This time, he definitely could not give up. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. He just quietly made a bid. On the high platform, Yu Xiaozhai immediately turned to look at them. Room A6 bids 5.01 million. Immediately after, a few more parties bid. Lu Yi kept following. In a short while, the price had already exceeded 8 million gold coins. After a while, the price had exceeded 10 million gold coins. At this time, there were not many people bidding, including Lu Yi and room A6. Only room B7 was bidding. When the price approached 20 million gold coins, room B7 also stopped bidding. Obviously, they felt that the price was a little too high or had exceeded their ability to bear. However, this was only a small portion. In this regard, Lu Yi undoubtedly had an advantage. He was alone and did not need to consider anything else. The young man from room A6 sweated a little because he realized that he had somewhat underestimated the capital of room D9. 20 million spirit jades had already exceeded their expectations. It was undoubtedly unwise to continue bidding. However, this was an excellent opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. He couldn't help but ask, "Second uncle, why don't we add more at once and make him back off?" The middle-aged man only added 10,000 spirit jades each time. His unhurried manner made the young man feel very uncomfortable. The middle-aged man shook his head. "You don't understand. Increasing the price like this will put pressure on the other party. No matter how much he bids, we'll only add 10,000 spirit jades to tell him that we are determined to obtain this soul race." The young man nodded in understanding. "Second uncle is wise." In the auction hall, the participating cultivators felt that their horizons had been broadened. It was rare to see two factions fighting to the death with spirit jades. To be honest, not only were they surprised, but even Yu Xiaozhai was surprised. This was because in the myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce's estimation, the soul race could only be auctioned for 20 million spirit jades at most. After all, no matter how great her value was, there was a limit. However, the current situation was not over. The price was already heading for 30 million. After a while, the price really broke through 30 million gold coins. This time, not only was the young man sweating, but even the middle-aged man's expression became solemn. He really couldn't understand which faction was chasing the price so tightly. It was already 30 million. Yet they still hadn't given up. He was increasing the price by 10,000 spirit jades, but the other party was even more ruthless. They directly increased the price by 1 million spirit jades. They were even more imposing than him. Moreover, each time they followed the price, there was no hesitation at all. He pondered for a moment, then he activated his magic power and said, "Fellow Taoist, this soul race is very important to my Wufang Island. I don't know if fellow Taoist is willing to part with this treasure. If fellow Taoist is willing." However, he also knew that he had broken the rules. After all, this was an auction. How could there be such a discussion? However, he was indeed almost at his limit. It was obviously too late to transfer spirit jades from Wufan Island now. The price of the soul race finally settled at 32 million. Room A6 didn't bid anymore. In room D9, the corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Just now, he had made up his mind that no matter how many good things there were in the auction, he wouldn't participate in the bidding. He didn't expect that there would be such a big one. He checked his spirit jades. After deducting the amount that he had to hand over later, he only had 8 million left. However, if he could find a way to solve the problem of those martyrs from the soul race and get them out of the rut of the immortal Essence City, it would be worth it no matter how many spirit jades he had to pay. Fortunately, he still had some spirit crystals. If these spirit crystals were converted into spirit jades, they should be worth about 10 million. It was enough to get the Sky Phoenix blue crystal, according to the market price that Lu Yi had inquired before. Although this Sky Phoenix blue crystal was precious, it was at most a few million spirit jades. It would never exceed 10 million. The auction continued. After a while, the people of the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce sent the cage over. A jade token was also sent over. Lu Yi only learned what the jade token was used for after that person explained it to him. Not only was the Soul Clan member locked in a cage, but she was also implanted with a special restriction. This jade token was the item that could control that restriction. The people of the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce were thoughtful. They knew that the soul race was captured and put up for auction. She was resentful and wouldn't listen to others easily. Therefore, they planted a restriction in advance to make it easier for the winning cultivator to control her. Lu Yi directly opened the cage and looked through the spirit runes. He saw the soul race walk out of the cage and stand still in the corner. She didn't make a sound and had no intention of escaping. She was obviously not stupid. She knew that she couldn't escape in this place, so she didn't do anything useless. After thinking about it, Lu Yi spoke. I have no malice toward you. I just have something I need your help with. I still have something to auction. Once the auction is over, I'll take you away. He didn't know if the soul race believed him. In any case, Lu Yi didn't seem to care, but he was actually vigilant. The soul race's movements were very difficult to detect. If she sneak attacked him here, he might not be able to dodge. A moment later, the Sky Phoenix blue crystal that Lu Yi had been waiting for finally appeared. From the outside, it looked like a crystal the size of a fist. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but it was one of the treasures that weapon cultivators wanted the most in the late Constellation realm. The starting price was 800,000, and Lu Yi immediately began to bid. He had just been reprimanded by Yu Xiuzhai, but Yu Xiuzhai's cultivation was higher than his. He was older than him, and his status was nobler than his. He couldn't bear a grudge and could only blame it all on Lu Yi. Previously, Lu Yi had snatched the Heaven Splitter arrow and the soul race. Now that Lu Yi was interested in the Sky Phoenix blue crystal, he naturally had to raise the price to vent his anger. The cultivators in the auction venue saw another bizarre scene. House A6 and House D9 once again began a bloody battle for spirit jades. The Sky Phoenix blue crystal, which was originally worth a few million at most, was raised to nearly 20 million during the battle between these two fellows. It was really surprising. However, the results were different from the previous 2 times. When House A6 called out the price of 20 million, House D9 didn't make any more moves. Thus, everyone knew that Branch A6 had won in this confrontation.